Well, that took a little bit longer than I'd been hoping. Sorry about that. Just had my Ender 3 decide, hey, I'm not gonna print today. I'm gonna develop a sudden and mysterious clog. Oh, the joys, the joys, the joys of 3D printing. How are we doing today, everybody? I hope today's finding you well. Oh, this week I was ready for the 48 hours or so of being knocked on my ass by that vaccine, but I swear I've had lingering effects for, hell, arguably still today. Oh my god, yeah, it would be if you tried to put it through a 8.4 millimeter nozzle. I don't suggest that. I'm not using OBS Live right now for Gotarum, but I did get OBS Live set up. And what I have not done, the last step for me to actually use it, and I'm hoping to kick it off this Sunday, is I need to go into my Stream Deck and take all of the commands that are currently set up to do things through OBS Live and just be like, switch, or Streamlabs OBS, and just swap it over. So that every place it now says Streamlabs OBS, and instead says OBS Live, and then all my little Stream Deck buttons will work. Because I thought about just trying to do it manually, but I'm so addicted to my Stream Deck at this point. To my little, I push the button and it does the thing, and it's so easy. I don't know how I'd function without that, like at all. I am feeling better, Lady B. I no longer feel like I am literally about to die, which is an improvement by almost any metric. I have been just, oh man, it has, like, the aches and the actual joint pain faded off very quickly, but all week I've just been exhausted, just tired feeling, way more so than usual. It's been kind of killer because it's like spring and there's stuff to do outside, the sun's out and plants are growing, and I'm just like, why can't you all just go back to being dead? I want to sleep. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm about a week after my second shot now, so like one more week, and I can go and lick all the handrails, which is obviously what this has all been leading up to. Sumitha, yeah. Oh my God, you guys this stream is really, it's yours. Like, the wonderful people in this chat have made almost every single update we've made to this stream possible. Almost every single one. Early on, guys got me a new microphone, a new camera, a Stream Deck. I mean, this whole last year would have been just so miserable. Well, yeah, lore friendly. That is the one good thing, is my cell service is fantastic now, thanks to the fucking the little Bill Gates nanobots that are slowly turning me into Hillary Clinton. Oh, that made it into the, yeah. I wish that you could go back into VODs and just be like, just remove, like, this little section. There's this one part here where I did that one stupid thing. Maybe pull that out. Unfortunately, that's not an option as far as I know. Need to do a little bit of brush sorting here. So we're going to be trying some oils again today. So I've got a couple of synthetic brushes I'm going to be breaking out. I say trying some oils. I'm not going to promise that I'm going to do anything really worthwhile or worth seeing. We're just going to try to. That's the important part. But I've done some prep work this time, unlike the last time, so I won't have to. I'll still have to do a little bit of thinning here and there, but for the most part, the oil paints that I have been separated out and pre-thinned a little bit, so they won't be as difficult to work with. And yeah, we're gonna fool around with a little bit of oil paint on some of these Monsterpocalypse little kaiju beasts and see what we can come up with. No, Hethrir doesn't know anything about me being sarcastic. Hethrir thinks I'm serious all the time. Isn't that right, Hethrir? Isn't that right? Yeah, I figured that the Monsterpocalypse little monster figures with all their smooth little fatty rolls and smooth transitions and stuff, like, they seem like they're kind of ideal for doing oils, because you just kind of want to blend some colors together. So, you know, and I figure worst case scenario, they look a little goofy, and I'm like, whatever, I'll play with them anyway. I'll make that sound when I do it, too. It's really attractive, I know. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. Yeah, Sumitha. Well, you know what it really was? I was just looking at, because I'm doing Monsterpocalypse, and I've played a couple little proxy games using unpainted bases, and it's a good time, and I'm working on painting the models, and that, you know, the algorithm starts recommending other games to you from there. And so it recommended to me a game called Mech Command RTS, and I was like, what the fuck is Mech Command RTS? What could that be? And so I dug into it, and yeah, it was a Kickstarter, it's coming out, Wave 1 shipping soon, it looks like fun. Okay, what else is there? What other like mecha kaiju games are there, which inevitably leads you to Pacific Rim Extinction, which I've mostly just ignored. I honestly thought it was DOA, like I didn't hear anything about it, I didn't know the game company that made it. I was like, they released like a few models and gave up on it. I dug into it a little bit and found out that there's the initial run of models that they made, and then there's Wave 2 and 3 that were funded by their initial Kickstarter that they are making that were delayed by COVID, but they have recently started giving updates like, hey, we're going to have it late May, we're going to start shipping it. So I'm like, what's in it? Okay, fine. Like a Wave 2, and it's like Cherno Alpha, Crimson Typhoon, Otachi, Slattern, somebody else, Leatherback. I don't know what's in Wave 3, but if it's got Knife Head in it, like... Yeah, exactly, Sumitha, the ones that I want, because in Wave 1, there are almost no models that I want. There's Gypsy Danger. It's like the only model that I want out of Wave 2. The rest is Gypsy Avenger, and the Obsidian Fuckface, and a bunch of kaiju whose names I can't remember because they're so goddamn generic. Athena... Something Athena. I don't remember the names of any of the ones from the second movie because they were all bleh. But I'm like, okay, all right, let me look at the game. And it's well reviewed. The gameplay itself is really well reviewed. There are a couple of really glowing assessments out there of the gameplay. And I admit I'm attracted to the price point was right when I started looking at it. I was like, starter box, Gypsy Avenger, some fucking kaiju. Large minis, look like they have good detail. They're pre-painted. Not necessarily like really, really well, but they're pre-painted decently enough. They're in the right colors, you know? And it's like $40 on Amazon, and I can get a starter with like, you know, still $20 a mini plus accessories. For pre-painted minis in a decent size, and I can just start playing the game. I don't have to sit down and paint them right away. You know, there's some appeal to that. I'm trying to broaden and get more games in this summer anyway, so I'm like, $40 I can afford to try it. Lady B, thank you so much for the reminder. I better have Coyote Tango and Romeo Blue. I would be surprised if it had Romeo Blue. I would be surprised to see Romeo Blue. I would think that we would see, like, Horizon Brave before we see Romeo Blue, just because at least Horizon Brave has been featured in a lot of the art, and it got more of a focus in like the opening. It has a more distinct look, and Horizon Brave got a mention in the new anime. I don't know why I think that makes it more likely, because that all happened after this. But so I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised to see Romeo Blue, because they showed him like one time in the opening sequence of Pacific Rim. Don't get me wrong, it's an awesome mention. I love his pilots, the two twin brothers who are both officers in the Air Force. Like, I would love to get Romeo Blue. I guess they also featured him when they were showing the like talk show, or when they were showing the commercials, when they were like, oh, then they released, you know, special edition sneakers themed after kaiju and Jaegers, and it was Romeo Blue and Sumit, you probably remember. Help me out. Who was the kaiju that was paired up against Romeo Blue? For the sneakers. I can't remember. It's right on the tip of my tongue. And nobody gives a shit about Tacit Ronin, Sumatha. Come on, no. We're gonna get Striker Eureka well before Hardship. Hardship was the name of the kaiju. It was Romeo Blue versus Hardship. There's no fucking way we're getting Tacit Ronin before we get Striker Eureka, though. Like, that's crazy. That's madness. But again, the game seems like the people who have got it and who have played it all seem to like it. They also are like, it's like a 40-minute game. It's like you put down boop boop 2 models, they go boop boop, they put down 2 models. Each model can only really take like 2 or 3 big hits before it goes down, so the game just kind of goes dum 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 and it's over. And I'm like, I could use a quick. All these games I'm playing right now tend to have, hour to 3 hour gameplay lengths. I could use a game that I can just sit down and play inside of an hour. So, I'm trying it. I can sit here and talk shit about the game all day, but until I've actually tried it, I can't talk shit meaningfully, and then we all know that's what I like to do, is talk shit meaningfully. More of a beer and pretzels game. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I wouldn't want it as a replacement for like Monsterpocalypse or anything like that, but as far as just being like, I punch you in the face, I punch you back, I hit you with a train, oh, you lose. Like, yeah, okay, that's cool, I'll play it. I don't have to paint the minis, so chances are I might anyway, but I don't have to, and that's nice, because it's really the bare plastic that bothers me. Yeah, there you go, Sumatha. It seems like that's kind of who it's aimed towards, is like, it's like people who've played board games before can crack it open, put the minis down, and roll some dice and have a good time. And that's necessary, too. Not every game has to take fucking forever to get through. That and very, very few models. Very few models. Like 2 models on either side. Kinda, ideally. You got like a couple of Jaegers, a couple of Kaiju, boom, you go. You're playing. What color scheme are you gonna go with for Defender X? So I've been arguing about, I'm not totally sure on my color scheme for Defender X yet. I'm gonna start off painting these little Belchers for the Planet Eaters, and for them I'm going full-on Pacific Rim Kaiju scheme. I'm gonna give them kind of the bluish skin tone with the yellow markings going down them, and then the blue glow for the mouth, eyes, energy ports, stuff like that, and then kind of like a dark brown carapace color is what I'm leaning into. I think that's what we're gonna try anyway. Same thing for all the rest of the Planet Eaters. I'm not sure. I may just draw inspiration from the Jaegers from Pacific Rim for the Guard mecha. I may. Just my favorite ones. Do one as Gypsy Danger, do one as Crimson Typhoon, so on and so forth. One is Cherno Alpha, You ever been? Shut up. Just because it's true doesn't mean you have to rub it in. You can just let it sit. But for some reason you don't want to do that. Jesus. Alright. I'm missing something. Oh, I know. Just need a little container to put some white spirits in. Let's use one of my little plastic pill cups. It's not caustic or anything. It's not going to eat the plastic. Link to Romeo Blue, courtesy of Romeo Void. Interesting. Romeo Blue is one of the coolest looking Jaegers that got no screen time at all. It has that big central vein, like in front of its face, coming out of its chest. There's this big central pylon thing. It's a very unique look. You can get a glimpse at it in the very beginning of Pacific Rim in a really garbled night vision shot from a funny angle that zooms out while like you can barely tell what's going on. But you can see there's like a kaiju in a city. Rawr! I think that one was called Karloff because it looks like Boris Karloff. And then you see fucking Romeo Blue like reach down and pick up a train or something and just come up and go kabam! bam, and uppercut him, and then it cuts away and it continues talking about the kaiju war. But by the time we see Gypsy Danger go down and then we jump forward, I think the next time we see Romeo Blue, it's when they're talking about the fall of the Jaegers. They're like, we lost one here, we lost one there, we lost one in Vladivostok, and one of them is Romeo Blue, all crumpled up on its side and not having so good a day. You know what would make a cool Monsterpocalypse figure? Big O. You're not wrong. Big O's style would fit right in with Monsterpocalypse. His whole, like, his proportions, his teeny tiny little head, you know, and his big piston fists. Cast in the name of God, ye not guilty. God, what a weird show. What a weird show. Alright, let me pull out my oil paints. Let's get to fooling around. What do you say? I guess I could have pulled these out a little bit earlier so I'd know what I was looking at, but I'm doing it now. Alright, so this is Phthalo Blue, French Ultramarine, and Cobalt Blue. And then I got purple. I should label these. That's the one part of the tutorials that I didn't do, where they're like, and then label all your paints. And I'm like, I'll remember. I'll remember. Who gives a shit? Oh my god. Hamburg Tack coming in hot. So hot with 5 gift subs right off the bat. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much, man. My favorite Batman Elseworld story? Yeah, it basically is. It really is very similar. Hamburg, oh my god, dude, thank you so much. 5 gift subs going out. 5 people who don't have to watch commercials when they come in and who can now use our fantastic voice clips. Just so wonderful. Mecha Batman. Yeah, I mean, the story and style are very, very Batman. You're not wrong at all about that. Hamburg, dude, look at that. You've gifted a total of 81 subs in this channel. I was just thank you. It really means a lot, dude. I appreciate it. It's my sap green. That's right, burnt sienna and burnt umber. That's these two. Got my purple there. Got my rose blush. I picked myself up a little bit of actual orange to use. I got my black and white. And then maybe tonight I'll print myself out some labels so I don't have to remember this next time. It didn't seem like it was going to be a big deal at the time, but then it never does it? So close to 100. That's not... You don't have to make that your goal, Hamburg Tack. That's just fine. So I'm going to be taking it nice and easy as I work today. Mostly because last time I made a mess, and oil paints are easy to make a mess with, and once you do, they are a pain in the ass to clean up. So I'm just going to try to be real methodical and not spill anything anywhere. I made myself up a little disposable palette, which is just some parchment paper on a piece of cardboard backing. You'll remember last time I did this, I used a little porcelain paint palette, which was, you know, it was nice. Porcelain's just fine for working with oils on. The problem is, you have to clean it afterwards. You have to sit and let the paint dry and then peel it off. And if I'm being honest, after going through that process a couple of times, I'd rather just throw the fucking thing away. So we're going with disposable palette this time. Thank you for getting that shout out in for Ion Raptor Designs. An amazing painter, an amazing streamer. Manix the Lemur, you can almost always hit !STL to get a readout on what it is that I've got on the plate. I hope that it's actually printing. I started this print a few minutes ago, and my printer quit on me, so I switched to the other one. Let me see. Yes. It is.
Welcome back.
It is, in
50
fact, printing.
Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I forgot to change one word. It's not actually for Delta Base. It's a prototype for Trinity City version 2, Downtown version 2. And, I thought it said the right thing, but it didn't. I thought it said the right thing, but it didn't. That'll be the name of my, my autobiography. Got myself a little synthetic brush here. I got myself some makeup sponges, because I'm going to try a little technique picked up from Stila Rebel and James Wapple, who tend to do a little bit of a color pre-glaze on their figures for the purpose of creating a little layer of oils to work with and sort of staining in a base tone to build on top of, which I'm going to use to try to create a complementary shadow before I start putting down things like blues. I'm clipping a little bit of makeup sponge here. That's what you can't see. It's fascinating stuff. These scissors aren't big enough. There we go. Goes there for my use. And yeah, let's try putting a little bit of paint down on something. So I've got two greens here. I've got sap green and then more of a viridian. Sap green is more what I think I'm going to want to use for my shadow on the blue. These paints definitely need plenty of mixing, so I'm giving them the old Vibratron 9000 and then a little bit of arm work to go with it. Hang on. I'm missing something. Hey, good to see you, POV42. How you doing today? So I'm painting the new CGL Mad Cat, and it's not really fun for some reason. It might be that all the panels aren't playing nice with that striped red grit. So something that I've noticed, Ion Raptor, particularly with the PVC figures that CGL is having done, even when the panel lines on them are deep, they're not sharp. They're never sharp. They're always rounded on the edge, which can be a little bit of a challenge. Nothing's coming out, and that's concerning to me. Maybe a little bit of thickened oil blocking up the... Oh, there it is. Nice and thick. A little bit of white spirits here. Again, today I'm going to be going nice and slow as part of an endeavor not to, you know, spill oil all over my goddamn work area. Glad to take a break from work to live in giant robot land. Where is this place? I'd like to live there myself. So I'm going to get started by taking some of this. So I'm going to be doing a blue color on their skin. So I'm going to start with a kind of a greenish undertone, and then I'm going to build blue on top of that. This is my plan. We'll see if it actually works at all. I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I've watched videos on this, but as you guys know, you can watch videos on things all day long until you sit down and actually work with it. Doesn't necessarily mean much, so I'm just kind of like, let's figure it out. Doesn't seem like it can be that hard, right? But there's just lots of muscle memory for me to build at this point. I'm just going to lay this on kind of thick. I'm going to let it sit for a little bit, and then I'm going to come in and kind of wipe it off with the makeup sponge so as to just leave a surface stain of the green, along with the green in the deepest recesses. Series draft and rounding the panel, increase the... Yeah, it's... Yeah. It's, you know... To Square, I think every time you talk about the new Battletech minis, you always have to include the disclaimer of, it's better than it was. Now, almost anything would be better than it was, but it's also worth mentioning it is better than it was. Anything is an improvement over the last 20 years of horrific Battletech figures. They've made progress, but they've also, I mean, you know, and it's a side effect of also, they were like, look, we need to make a whole lot of models, and we need to make them quick, and we need to make them affordable. Hey, Chinese manufacturers, what can you do? And they're like, PVC molds. And so, we get a lot of PVC molds. Oil paints are weird. It seems like such a silly thing to so many people that miniature painters have a hard time with oil paints because so many regular artists are like, yeah, man, oil paints, this is a standard thing. But, I mean, it's like, I got started working with acrylics a long time ago, and I've just never touched oils. This is all very new to me. The fact that acrylic pigments are all very opaque and oil pigments are naturally translucent kind of requires you to think a little bit differently as you approach it, too. Yeah, this is something that I'm trying to break out of and doing this too, Greg the Salt Miner, and many people have told me this with oils. It's like, you don't do your mixing on your palette, you do your mixing on your model. Put down the color and then work with it on the figure itself, and that's exactly the opposite of what I'm used to doing. Also, you have nearly infinite, effectively infinite working time in that it's measured in days. Or hours more realistically. But, like, you can put down a color, and then if you don't like it, you can always come in with a bunch of mineral spirits and take almost all of it off, too. So I'm starting with this green, and I'm going to remove a lot of it as part of my second step. And then I'm going to come in with blue, and I'm going to use the green as kind of an undershade tone. This is the theory. This is the theory. We'll find out how well it works. I think I'm already like... See, I'm so used to loading my brush up for every stroke that I'm kind of already overdoing it. You don't really need to do that with oil paints. A little bit goes a long way. I'm going to try to make one day a week painting with oils for at least the next month. This is a personal goal of mine. I will say, pre-thinning these oils into a workable consistency before you start painting is awesome, and it's something you should do if you intend to try this out. Also, because they're translucent, they work really, really well with Zenithal Prime jets. Talon Games should license out that dual cast. Yes, for Godarung, holy shit, that dual cast process is so I keep thinking that every time I use it. I'm like, if CGL had pioneered this instead of putting all their money into Chinese PVC, their figures would... Because, like, the new Cav figures, you don't think of Cav Strike Ops figures, you know, when most people think of them, the ones you've encountered over the last 5, 10, 20 years, you think, they're nice, you know, soft detail and PVC, blah, 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 blah. And it's like now, Battletech are the PVC champions with soft details, and Cav has really sharp details and a really high quality plastic. I love that dual cast material. It is incredible. Pigments are the same. The medium's got a different... Okay, yeah, I was using the wrong phrasing, Kursala, but yes, it's that... The oils, though, wind up being very translucent by nature, whereas the acrylics tend to be more opaque when they're formulated for painting. What am I doing? I'm looking at it like, oh, that part's dry now. No, none of it's dry. None of it's dry, you idiot. Remember what you're doing. None of it will be dry, probably for days. Get rid of the tiny brush and just... Greg! Baby steps, man. I have to use what I'm comfortable with. And as we continue to work, we will evolve. We will evolve as painters, as artists, and as craftsmen. I'm fighting against muscle memory at this point and just sort of taking baby steps into the process.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
You know, in this case, yeah, I can actually.
The lines or anything.
But it's true, I'm picking up tiny quantities of paint, and I'm laying them on a little bit at a time, and I probably don't need to. But I'm gonna do it anyway. If only to frustrate Greg the Salt Miner. Super long drawing time for oils feels so weird to me. I'm impatient, like the quicker dry of acrylics. POV, I'm the same way. And also because I've said this before, I paint to play games, and I also procrastinate, which means sometimes I'll find myself finishing the paint job on a model hours before I'm supposed to be using it for something. And so if I'm going to paint in oils, it's something I need to plan ahead more for. But this is about learning. This stream today, these models are not about just getting it done and getting it on the table. This is about learning. This is about evolving. This is about at least trying new things. I'm not saying I'm going to become an oil painter. I'm not saying I'm going to go nuts and be like, we only do oils here from now on, boys. I doubt that heavily. I am a member of the cult of acrylics through and through, and have been for a long time. But we're going to try it. We're going to see what its strengths are. And see how well they mesh with what I'm already doing. We did try it a little bit before. You might remember we did a little bit of work on a 3D printed Dougram round facer using oil paints. But that time I was somewhat frustrated by the fact that I didn't do a lot of prep work. I had to mix my oils actively, thin them while they were on the palette. That wasn't the best. That was not the best. So I'm building the plates up into kind of a brown, so I'm going to go with burnt umber. Well, here's the thing, Greg the Salt Miner, something you can totally do. And this might be more realistically reflective of something that I continue to do in the future, is you can paint with oils for the most part, let them dry, and then come in with acrylics to do super fine work that might be better at that sort of thing. Like, there's a very strong chance I'm not going to bother. Like, I want to put the, like, yellow tattoo-style things that the kaiju have on them on the bodies of my planet eaters. There's a very strong possibility I'll wind up just doing those in acrylic over top of the oils.
And so I painted on some metallics.
No metallics.
Bitches love metallics.
No metallics, not today, Lord Friendly. There you go. I will say, also, one thing, you don't have to use a lot of oil paints at any given time. And for the amount that you get in a tube, particularly, I noticed, like, because I went to Michael's and I bought a tube of the orange. And it was like $12. I was like, Jesus Christ, fucking Winton oils for $12? I go on Amazon and I look at the same thing and it's $6 for a tube. I'm like,
Look,
okay.
I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. That's acrylic phraseology right there. We don't do base coats. Do a little bit of pre-glazing, but no base coats, not with oils. Oh my god. There's just so much to learn. Alright, coming back in with some burnt umber to do a pre-stain on all the other parts. And I like that you can be a little bit sloppier, because it's like, just blend whatever it is together. If you get them mixed a little bit, they'll go right together. Yeah, that's very true, Greg. Everything there is priced for you to use either their standard coupons or their membership programs. I just did it because I was in the area, and apparently I needed a reminder of why I shop at Amazon. But yeah, on Amazon you can get a tube of oil paints for like $6 that will last you a long time. So if you can get good at painting with oils, it's actually significantly cheaper than painting with acrylics, which is kind of an interesting dynamic. Keep a paint journal. Keep a paint journal. You sound like a nerd. Paint journals. Remembering what it is that you did for a paint job that you really like and want to replicate. God, that's cheating. It's a really good idea, and it's something that I have never done. It's one of those things, every time somebody says it, I'm like, oh, wow, that was a good idea for me to start doing 10 years ago and make into a habit, and I just haven't done it. I just kind of vaguely remember my formulations and mixtures. Might have been wise to approach the eye sockets and other glowy bits before this part, but I might do those with acrylics anyway, we'll see. Alright, Greg, I'll see you in a bit, man. It is, Datron. It is. Painting in oils is very hip right now. It's the cool kid thing to do, which is obviously why I'm doing it. It is occupying... This is what I mean when I tell people, like, you see how NMM is regarded today? This is kind of how NMM was 10, 15 years ago. When it was like, everyone who's a serious painter is transitioning to doing NMM, you guys. Oh, it's the way of the future. And it's like, eventually what really happens is it just sort of finds its place in the toolbox. It's not, like, it's one option, it's one thing you can do. But for a while, it's going to be really popular, and everybody's going to talk about it. That doesn't make it a bad technique, it just makes people stupid. But that shouldn't be news to anyone. And it gets popularized because of a few people who are really fucking good at it, like James Wapple, like Steel a Rebel, like a number of other streamers who have picked it up. But it's not for everyone, and it is, I'll just say right now, even though I'm trying it out and I wanna, explore it, it is a less practical paint style than acrylic, if only because it requires you to use potentially messier paints and additional chemicals, not necessarily harmful chemicals. You can use odorless white spirit terpenoids, which is what I'm using. But compared to water-based acrylics, you can make a big mess with this stuff. So that's why I don't think it'll ever transition into the, we should recommend all new painters try oil paints. Like, no, acrylics exist for a reason. The low bar to entry is part of their appeal. Just have every paint job be a little different, Ion Raptor. That can be your style. To Square, I have actually done that, yes. I have gone back into a stream just to be like, what did I say I was mixing with that one time? Something else here before I keep going with this burnt umber, since I can comfortably leave it on my palette and not worry about it drying up at all. Pull out some French ultramarine. Currently look very herbaceous. Yeah, they do kind of have a very plantoid look to them, don't they? Just a touch of French ultramarine. Because I'd like to slip that down in here to stain the deepest parts. And the eyes. Because those I'm going to want to look blue. Also going to want some French ultramarine for when I start working on the skin tones. Some of that kaiju blue for you there. So I've been thinking about what we're going to do for movie night for this month. April being the month of birthdays. The one month that I am very much willing to just kind of claim for myself and say, no, we're not going to take a vote. We're going to watch some movies that I want to watch. And that's just going to be how it is. But, you know, lucky you, I like good movies. I'm so humble, you guys. I think we're just going to wind up watching Pacific Rim and Dread. Because, like, there are movies that I guess I like more than them. As far as their position, you know, in my life and whatnot. But not many, and there aren't many movies that I enjoy just watching more than those two. There are movies that I like more than them that I don't necessarily enjoy watching as much as I enjoy watching Pacific Rim and Dread. I don't you know, Hamburg Tack, a lot of people are like, Sylvester Stallone Dread is no good. You know, it's not a good movie. That's something I can't argue. It is not a good movie by any stretch of the imagination. But it has its value. There are things about it that are actually quite fun. I think that it is oft maligned much greater than it deserves. think oils are good for fantasy figures and monsters, sort of, hey, that looks interesting, let's go with that. If you're trying to portray things like historically correct uniforms, it's a little different. Yeah, Mannix, I think it depends on how you use them and what you use them on. I've also seen some people use oils on mecha, and if you're smart about it, you can do some really, really interesting stuff with that, too. I'm just, you know what part of this is just, I try to keep growing. I always try to keep growing as an artist. I ultimately, I paint figures to play games with them, yes, but I like getting better at painting minis too, and even if a new technique isn't something that I'm necessarily going to use every time I paint, I don't like looking at techniques and not knowing what they are or not knowing how to use them. If I'm going to decide not to use something, I want to have a basic understanding of it. So this is me seeking an understanding. Like the 90s Dick Tracy movie. Yeah, actually, to Square, you know, that's a good comparison. The 90s Dick Tracy movie also has some things to love. How smooth are the oils going on? Looks kind of splotchy from here. Oh, no, they're going on splotchy very intentionally, lore-friendly. They'll actually go on very smoothly. And, you can, you know, like, you have a huge, long working time, so you can go back in there and work them around. Like, none of this is dry. Not one bit of this is even remotely dry. It's all still very, very wet. So what I'm doing here is I'm just laying in a pre-stain or a pre-glaze, or I'm just laying it on kind of thick. The goal of it being that I want these colors to go down into the recesses, and I want them to stain the surface and to create a nice little oily base coat, so that when I lay down my primary colors, I can blend them in nice and smoothly with the pre-existing oils. And they say this is the advantage of oils, is that your working time is measured in hours rather than minutes.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb.
It's going to be a
that paint
popular
on
one
anywhere.
today, isn't it?
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Glorbing with purpose, ladies and gentlemen. That, and I figured, like, the one thing that stopped me a few times, and it's just an excuse, really. That will stop me a few times is always like, well, maybe the next model I do, I'll do in oils. And it's like, yeah, but I've already started, you know, that game. I've painted figures for that game already, and I've done them in acrylics, and I don't really want to be like, oh, this army I did in oils, this army I did in acrylics. It's a minor complaint, but it's just one that kind of bugs me out, because I'm a little OCD. But since I'm starting Monsterpocalypse and I haven't painted any of the figures for it yet, I'm like, let's give oil a try. Let's just do oil for Monsterpocalypse. Let's make that the commitment, and that way I'll always have something that I can practice on, have something I can grow on, and the whole set will be done in oils, so I won't feel like there's an odd man out. Oh my god, there's oil on my miniatures, Steelite. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. Can we get a shout out, by the way, pretty please, for Steela Rebel, the bully who made me do this in the first place. She changed all the CDs in my mixer to like early 90s boy band pop. She let the air out of my tires. Generally, she made my life a living hell until I agreed to try oils, so here we are today. How you doing, Steela? How are things? If it were the 90s, it'd be radical glorbing. I forgot wrong, that's most of what I do, man. You know that. Put a little phthalo blue down. Yeah, now the real reason comes out. Oh, you're both purple, forgot it wrong. You and Project Dark Fox, and then look at the name. You're basically the same person, right? Awesome. Awesome. I managed to insult both of them with one fell swoop. How you doing, by the way, Steela? Guys, if you're not following Steela Rebel, you should really give her a follow. She's a fantastic painter. She does a lot. She does, like, really, really quick and interesting work in oil that is a large part of why I decided, I'm just gonna give it a shot. Just gonna give it a try. Let's see what kind of damage I've succeeded in doing here. Take off a little bit of my glorbed up oils. Not much of them. Just kind of wipe the top surface away. Oh, I should use a different one. And not do the brown right over the green, unless I want to blend them. Yeah, just letting some colors soak in now. Steela has a method by which she has tested all of her colors to find out how much they stain for pre-glazing. I have not, so I'm discovering it live. But mostly I just want that green undertone to stick around before I come back over it with some blues to make everything a little bit more interesting.
You're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
And I mean, really, like, by tabletop painting standards, you could just do this. Like, if you look at, this was just a zenithal prime and then laid on some oils and then wiping them off 15, 20 minutes later. And you could just do this, and this is like solid tabletop standard shading. With some nice, vivid colors. But of course we're gonna do some more. Using a nice soft makeup brush for this. Trying to avoid blending as much as I can here, but it's not going to matter much because I'm going to come back over it anyway. Yeah, almost like a simple base coat post. But Steela, no. We're painting with oils, and that makes us the cool kids, so we have to say things like, you don't base coat with oils, you pre-glaze. Yuck. Because it's not the same at all, even though it absolutely is the same. It makes it sound more mystical. Steela, you have to understand, this is just like writing the Bible only in Latin and then not letting people learn Latin, okay? It sounds much more mysterious when you change the phrasing. Don't give the game away. What's wrong with you? Remember, it's nothing like painting with acrylics. It's nothing like it, except when it is, because it is. But you can see the difference here. Like, all I've done is come in with that light sponge and wipe away a lot of the heavy color. And then look over here. Me being sarcastic hurts your... Where have you been, Project Dark Fox? That's most of what I do. So far, so good, I have to say. You know, it's funny, Crossbow Roof, like, I was thinking that as I'm doing it, I'm like, this is like... I could just do this to some models and kind of call it good, if I'm being honest. Like, this took like 20 minutes to do, and this would take me a little bit longer to achieve this with most acrylics. I'd have to do more mixing and be a lot more careful, whereas this was just slop it on, wipe it off, slop it on, wipe it off. Like, dead-ass easy. We're gonna do more, but it's interesting to note that you could stop right here and actually have a perfectly solid tabletop quality paint job. Get every last inch of available space on... There isn't even an inch of available space on it, though, Steela. Like a centimeter of available... Don't make fun of me. Is this how it's gonna be? I'll be like, oh, I'll finally give in and I'll try some oils, and Steela's just gonna come in and make fun of me. She's gonna be like, oh... I like how cute you are when you try to paint with the oils. I'm gonna encourage you to paint with acrylics and then come make fun of you while you do it. How do you like that? Alright, let's wipe some off these next guys here. Sounds fair. Okay, yeah. This would be really good for... I was just kind of thinking that, Manix. Like, if you were doing orcs, even if all you did was the base coat and then come in with acrylics to do your finishing work, like, this looks really good for orc skin. Like, really good. And again, this was dead-ass simple. This is the baseline. This is the starter move. You're out of focus. I am not. You people, you are the ones who are out of focus. Oh, I am? I have no fix for that. That's automatic focusing. That'll fix itself in a minute. In theory. I have no control over that. I do have some control. It's just a pain in the ass, and it usually doesn't do that. Let me see. Why is it not successfully autofocusing? That's silly. There we go. That's better. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for the reminders. Wanted to blur me out. Well, yeah, it was like Thunderhead's talking shit. Let's just focus on something else. Focus on something in the background. Look at this douchebag. Let's look at what's behind him. It's probably more interesting. I don't think I have what it takes to be a paint elitist, you guys. It seems like it takes energy to maintain, and it takes energy to, you know, ignore the obvious truth that you're full of shit, and it just seems like it's a whole lot of effort. And I'm just not into expending that much effort on almost anything, if I'm being honest. You go get your stuff taken care of, Steela. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. Ignore effort. Consume paint. Wait, no, that can't be right. The back of the bottle says not to do that, though. Explicitly. External use only. Do not consume or insert. It's worth noting that consuming it is not the only way it can wind up inside you. But again, that's what the disclaimers are for. Always use the flared base. White Spirit Terpenoid sounds like it should be an anime. It kind of does, actually. Always a story behind every disclaimer and warning sign. Like, warning, do not use hand drill as dental drill. Warning, do not fold stroller with child inside. Yeah. Always somebody. Alright. Well, we've got some basic colors applied. Not perfectly even in every case. A little bit of the staining took more on some than it did on others. But then all these paints behave a little bit differently. Still, we're off to a good start. Now the question is, can I turn this green into a reasonable blue? I'm just going to try some real thin down phthalo blue, and I'm just going to try kind of blending it into the high points. And we're going to see what happens. I have almost no idea what to expect. We are just experimenting here. Worst case scenario, I wash the whole damn thing with terpenoids and start over, right? Oh, it's giving him that. It's already blending into this really nice, like, deep turquoise. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Ooh. That's neat. Look at that color. I'm really just putting down the thinnest of phthalo blue over top of this pre-glazed green right now. I'm not doing anything tricky. Not doing anything even remotely skilled. Just kind of putting it on the high points nice and easy. Sort of blending it as I go. As they say, do your mixing on the model, not on your palettes, so I'm trying to lean into that. Harmony Gold got something at all? I thought that they were just patent trolls. They're gonna distribute something? And it's kind of exciting by itself, I suppose. I'm really actually liking how this is going on so far. Again, the fact that this is just a blue that I'm putting down over the green, and it is turning into this deep turquoise as it goes on. Try to be reasonable and empathetic to people in groups in any complex situation, so yeah, fuck Harmony Gold. Yeah, POV, I think that's a very rational and reasonable position, because Harmony Gold are, you know, the goddamn devil. You don't need much oil paint on your brush at all, which is something I'm trying to get used to. Like right there, I kind of tried to lay down a thick layer of it, not remembering that I really don't have to. I want very, very little on my brush, because I'm just blending it into the pre-existing paint. And that's sort of the joy of this pre-glaze that I did, is see now I've got a layer of oil that's down, so I'm not base coating with my blue, I'm just blending it into what's already there. Wipe them a little bit off, moving some out of the way. Oh, that's better. Yeah, that's more like what I'm trying to do. I was too aggressive over here. A little bit of white spirits, and I can kind of gently move some of that. Ease up the effect I was getting. I mean, I understand. I understand the concept of wet blending, Kursala, but that's something you have to try to do in acrylics, whereas with oils, that's just the standard. That's how paint goes down. You're wet blending with acrylics is because you've set out to wet blend and you're trying to do it. If you're wet blending with oils, it just means you're using oils. That's why I said origin. Is that really the origin of it, though? Were they using oil paints before they were using... You know, I don't know dick about the history of paint, so you could be right. Well, for being entirely experimental and having no real clue what I'm doing, I think that this has actually come out to be a pretty interesting base skin tone so far. Obviously it needs work, but it's gonna get some. We went from zenithal to this green to this blue-green. Hey, Trotsky, how you doing today, man? So, again, what stopped me last time, what really slowed me down last time, was absolutely the fact that I was having to squeeze out of a tube and mix every single time I wanted to put a color down, so I can make that one recommendation to anybody who's thinking, maybe I'll give oil painting a try. Yeah, pre-thin. Pre-thin your paints into some dropper bottles, and it will save you a great deal of headache. How you doing today, Trotsky? What's going on with you, man? What are you working on? I do apologize. I've been kind of low energy this week, but like I was saying earlier, I was shocked at just how much of a kick in the ass that second dose of the Pfizer vaccine was. It really took it out of me, and to a degree still is. Like I said, I'm not in pain anymore like I was those first few days, but the whole week I've been low energy. Going to bed early, waking up late, unable to focus on things. It's getting better, but it was more than I expected it to be. Well, okay, but know what? Like, what was I supposed to do, Hethrier? How was I supposed... Should I have prepared differently, even though you told me? No. It's not like I didn't believe you. But I've also heard from plenty of people who it didn't affect as much, so I thought maybe I'd be one of those lucky few. I was not. My wife was barely affected at all, I noted. She's like, she got a little sleepy and had a headache for a day or so, and that was it. I'm like, okay. Alright, whatever. Some bullshit. Wait, was I not supposed to... I thought that you were required to actually scream that as you did it. To let Bill Gates know. That's like, how, you know, like, posting on Facebook, you know? Like, I hereby withdraw all permission for Facebook Incorporated trademark to use my posts to fuel their propaganda and shopping algorithms. Like that, you know, that indemnifies you legally from them being able to do anything about that. Posting that disclaimer on your feed obviously has massive legal ramifications for Facebook as a corporation. Similarly, yeah, if you say Bill Gates is my bitch before you get your vaccine, he's then not allowed to track you with the nanobots that you are injecting into yourself. Is that not true? I would have sworn it was. Oh yeah, no, my cell phone service has never been better playing Win. Okay, so by the time I get to the fourth one of these Belchers, I've gotten a little bit better at laying down a much thinner and more even mix of this blue that I'm using. I mean, naturally that's how it goes, isn't it? You start to do a thing, and then by the time you're done doing it, you're like, oh, I finally figured out how to do it well. Story of my life. Smoothing these out a little bit. What even is today? I have no idea. If I'm being honest, to Square, thank you so much for the reminder. Yeah, Data Nerd, it seems like I got one of the... I won the genetic lottery or something. I heard somebody saying that they've correlated reactions to blood types. I don't know how true that is. Possible, I don't know. Smooth this out a wee little bit. I got a nice deep blue-green, but I want to move this whole paint job more in a blue direction. So I'm going to try laying in some lighter blues on my higher areas and then blending them down, right? That seems to make sense. Again, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. So, you know, we're just going to keep moving forward and hope we wind up someplace that we like. When in your VODs to rewatch your Superman rant, got no less than 5 ads for Tampax. When did I rant about Superman? That's probably happened a few times, if I'm being honest. I've been getting pissed off at my YouTube ads lately, because it's nothing but these... Do you guys get those Dr. Squatch soap ads? The ones that are like, ugh, your dick is only 3 inches long, but it could be 9 inches long if only you used our soap. Like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. I hate that crap. Normally, I just don't go places that I have ads for Godarung, so I don't have one set up right now, and it's only in the last week that I've been using enough YouTube that I feel like maybe I should have an ad blocker. I'm not saying they're wrong. Oh my god, by the way, Major Joe Y, Major Joey as it may be, I didn't thank you for the follow earlier. I think I was distracted. Thank you so much for that, man. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, and also to you, Shadow Fox 1121. Welcome in. Yeah, there's toxic masculinity soap now that you can get, which is very exciting, obviously. Clearly, I'm very enticed by this. See, like, I just fell right back into an old mainstay of my acrylic painting. 99
bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Only like 10 right now, actually. But I just started trying to do some mixing on my palette, which is not what I'm supposed to be doing, but, you know, old habits and all that. I'm just kind of touching some high points with some blue, and then I'm going to try to blend them down in. We'll see how it goes. Do you even sponge, bro? Yeah, I sponge. I got a sponge. We're gonna sponge, but we're gonna blend a little bit first. Remember not to just rinse my brush off in the white spirits. That is not the preferred way to do it. Because that just winds up putting more of the white spirits on the model itself. Tiny bit. Try and undo the capillary action that I encouraged here. Yeah, the ads are... It's like they're trying to be funny, but they're just not. Rodan! I don't know yet. I'm really just kind of fooling with them at this point, and we'll know more the deeper we get. I'm doing better than I did last time, because last time I didn't pre-thin any of my oils into dropper bottles. This time I have. and so far that has been a big boon for making these initial colors go on a lot easier. Just not having to thin as I squeeze it out of the tube, you know? How you doing today, Rodan? Wanted to try oils with a Balrog. I think it'd be well suited to that. Because yeah, Balrog wants a whole lot of blending to look any good at all. Why did that? It just focused on my desk and ignored what I'm holding in my hand. Doing good, getting ready to prime Shelob. Ooh. Yeah, Daytrin, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so I'm just kind of making it up as I go. Thick Mike, did we get a shout out, by the way, for Thick Mike? If we didn't, could we go ahead and get one of those? Because holy moly, if there's a paint streamer on Twitch, you should be following. It ain't Thin Mike. It ain't Little Mike. You know, that's the point of doing this today, though, is I'm just figuring it out. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna mess things up. But, you know, they say the master has failed more times than the student has even tried, right? That's a saying, presumably. That is an interesting color that I'm getting on the skin there. It's real dark. But then I kind of want it dark because I'm going to want to highlight it up later with those yellow tattoo markings. In theory. In theory. I just did it again. I just did it again without even thinking about it. I'm mixing oils on my palette instead of blending them on the model. Oh well. Oh well. We'll live. Again, that's kind of the whole point, is we're trying to find out what habits we need to work on fixing for this process. Well, thank you very much, Rifcan. From the side, they look like Baby Krogan. They do a little bit, don't they? Ooh. Power Armor Sheep? Close enough. How you doing today, Silent Line? Good to see you. Hey, Shadow Fox, if I can provide a little bit of background noise while you build some badass mecha, I could not possibly hope for a better outcome. What are you building, out of curiosity? There's so many options. So many options, so many properties, so many mechs. Glad you committed to doing the entire... Yeah, White Wolf, that was the only way I was going to do it. That was the only way I was going to be able to get into oils, was by saying, well, this new game is what I'm going to do in oils. Cheveyo, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Oh my god, you're doing tall geese. You're doing tall geese, the tallest of the geese, the finest of mobile suits. I'm sure someone in chat can tell you my feelings on tall geese. Fucking love tall geese. I think I could actually be more aggressive with that staining that I was doing than I have been. It's created this interesting blue to green transition on the skin of the model itself. Shavio, thank you so much for the sub, by the way, man. In the middle of a move, so down for a while. Well, I'm glad that things have calmed down at least a little bit for you, man, assuming that they have. I hope the move went well. try something crazy. I'm gonna take a little bit of white. Come in here to hit my caps. And then blend it down in. That's something I should be able to do, right? Just a little bit of white mixed with my blue. Not a lot. I don't want to desaturate my colors too much. Oh, thank you, Shavio. Yeah, we're fooling around. Like, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Who do I need to kill to get you to paint that one I did? Vergatarum. You have to kill Vergatarum. We'll drive you out, kind of into the middle of the wilderness. I'll hide some weapons around, you know, at different places in the woods. And I'll kind of yell over like a loudspeaker periodically. I'll be like, "We're about to destroy Grid Square A7," and you both have to get out of it, you know? No, these are the rules, man. That's gonna get me to paint the tall geese. I haven't printed that one yet, Ion Raptor. I need to print that one, because, yeah, you did a fucking badass tall geese. And honestly, I need more mechs that I can practice doing this oily painting on. I think that would probably be a pretty good choice. And yeah, he did a tall geese. It's a fucking awesome one. Trying to finish him up to place him with the MG Heavy Arms. Shadow Fox, if you feel like sharing some of your work with us, I don't know if you've lurked before, but we have a little bit we do at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, where we take a look at really anything you feel like sharing with us. Any artistic endeavors that you have been indulging in lately, you can always share them right there. It's real easy to do. All you have to do is fire off over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Holy shit, this really does blend easy. Fire off into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel, mark hashtag Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures of whatever it is you'd like to share. And if you look, we have a series of tags so you can mark it. If you'd like feedback, if you just like to show off, whatever it is, we would love to see. Love to see what you're working on. Felt the word tall geese spoken and came running. Pandemic Arts, a man after my own heart. Rifcan, yes. I have pre-thinned my oil paints this time, and I have put them into dropper bottles, and it has already eliminated my primary complaint about the last time you might have caught me trying oil paints here on the stream, which is that I kept having to thin them as they came out of the tube, and it was a bunch of extra work, and I made a big mess on a porcelain palette, and yeah, blah, 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 blue. And then I laid off a little while from that because I made a big mess when I was doing it, but so far I've made no mess at all. I'm using parchment paper on a piece of cardboard, and I'm going to take this when I'm done, and I'm going to throw it in the trash. And never think about it again. And then make another one for the next time I go to use some oils. This blue I've got over here, I don't know how it looks to you guys. It's obviously, it's not perfect, it's not done. But it has been obscenely easy to achieve. Like, this has been so fucking easy to do. This, it's funny. I'm being sloppy, and I'm just kind of like, whatever, throw some color at it. And yeah, wow. The contrast is high, the blends are smooth. I know I'm just saying all the things people usually say when they're like, this is why you should paint with oils, but you know, maybe they're right. At least for some things. I still don't know quite how to apply this to hard surface stuff like mecha. I know people do it. So we're going to keep practicing. So, James Wapple uses a phrase that always makes me uncomfortable. It makes me, kind of writhe a little bit every time he says it. And the word is scumbling. He's always like, don't brush it on. Just go in there and kind of scumble it with your brush. And I'm like, I hate everything about that word. It makes my skin crawl every time that he says it for some reason. But I keep thinking it as I do this, and I understand more of what he means now, where you're not, like, going in there and doing brush strokes like you necessarily normally would, but doing kind of like a little flat circular motion. I'm not going to pretend I'm any good at it. But I am unfortunately finding myself thinking in the terrible phraseology of James Wapple, and so, ladies and gentlemen, let's scumble. Right? Doesn't seem like it would mean anything. How you doing today, Darkheart? Scumbling. Well, and because of the way this blends, you can kind of just keep adding to pieces, just keep adding more and more of a single color as you want it to get higher and higher, and just kind of keep blending, and you get a nice gradient like is across this front part here, which I think might look a little bit more intense to me than it does to you. Opening a care package from Hamburg Tack. Ooh, shit, what'd you get? Why'd you have to go and do that, Crossbow Roof, and prove that it's a real word? Applying a very thin coat of opaque paint to give a softer or duller effect. Used in a sentence, the area surrounding the main figures will be scumbled. I still don't like it. It's a perfectly cromulent word. I still don't like it. You can't make me. I kind of want to try doing some edge highlighting with this, though, because what I'm finding is that if you just sort of gently glide the edge of the brush over some hard edges, because of the way the oil tends to stick to itself, like, it gives you a nice, smooth little, like, because that right there, that's just me gently dragging the brush over, not even all that carefully. I'm getting a feel now for what they mean when they say you really don't want much paint on the brush. Like, almost none. You're used to loading up your brush when you're used to painting acrylic because it's drying the second that you pull it away from the... It's even drying while it's on the palette. But, you know, it dries very quickly, and you can have it dry by the time you get to your model if you're not using enough of it. So, you know, you load up your brush. This is not so much... This stays nice and wet for a good long time, so you can afford to kind of take your time with it and just use the tiniest little bit. I'll wipe some of that off and blend this together a little bit. Apparently Monet used the technique in a lot of his works. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm basically like Monet. And Crossbow Roof said it, so, you know, I take no responsibility. If you put the blue down first, then the green, would you have gotten the same color result? Possibly, Romeo Void. Not exactly, because then the blue, the raw blue, would be in the deep, deep recesses, whereas what I have right now is the deep, deep recesses are more of the green. Because I wanted to focus on the blue, I did the green first. But as far as the actual color goes, they would blend similarly, I believe, yes.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Lots and lots more. So I think the thinking you want to go with is what shadow color do you want to have? What's the primary color? What's the shadow color? In my case, I wanted to go with green. I'm feeling pretty good about this blue for the moment, so I'm going to leave that and move on to the next one. But I mean, you can kind of see our evolution of color here. Gonna be Vincent Van Gogh. That's not a good joke. That's a terrible joke, Roland. You should be ashamed of yourself. Now, I am gonna use a little bit of mineral spirits and some wiping to remove most of what I had going on there. Move back to my French Ultramarine. Get to work on my second Belcher here. I think I'm probably doing this a lot slower than many other people would. But that's okay. Oh, I already did that. Oh, okay. I'm going in the wrong order because I'm getting disorganized. This is the color I wanted to do. There we go. Don't wipe on the glove, wipe on the paper towel. That's why it's there. Time to do the lurking thing. White Wolf, you're always welcome to lurk. Ooh. Oh, a different streamer. I see how it is, White Wolf. I see. I'm not your only streamer? Fine, then. WJ, these are Belchers from the game Monsterpocalypse. And I'm starting on these little guys because I'm going to be applying these same techniques and these same colors to the big guy. Which this game is played with monsters and then the supplementary units. So I'm going to be doing the same colors on this guy, but I want to kind of try him out and perfect him over here. Wapelius, the man, the myth, the pusher. How you doing, Wapelius? You're not gonna do like Steela did, are you? You're gonna come in here and be like, oh, actually, Thunderhead, you're using those oils wrong. Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Wapelius, pretty please mods. One of the best painters here on stream as far as just pure artistry goes. The man really knows his stuff, has a fantastic stream, is incredibly welcoming, always willing to talk through his techniques and encourage you to try new things. Between him and Steela Rebel, I have gradually been drawn into the madness of painting with oils. I'll tell you, Wapelius, I got I got kind of turned off from this process the last time that I tried it because I made a big mess. I made a big mess because I was squeezing oils out of the tube right onto the palette and then thinning them and painting with them right from there. This time I have gone ahead and pre-thinned my oils into dropper bottles, and that has made this whole process a whole lot easier. I'm still not convinced I have any idea what I'm doing, but I'm having a lot more fun this time. I'm kind of astonished. Like, this over here is not what I would call like an amazing paint job, but I'm amazed at how easy this was to do, starting with a green. Like the colors that are on this, I don't own these colors. Like, I do own the colors, but I don't own, like, if I was doing acrylic paint, I would say, like, oh, I need to have this type of, you know, aqua and this type of such and such. But this was just like a little bit of green, a little bit of blue, a touch of white in there to desaturate some of the high parts, and then just kind of blend, and boom. And I really like it. I want to try applying it to some more mecha stuff, but for right now, I figured it was a good idea to start off with these more organic figures like the Belchers and the Kaiju and the monsters and whatnot. But yeah, Wapelius is an amazing oil painter. He'll sit down for a painting session at night and he'll be like, oh, we're gonna do 12 goblins in 4 hours. And he won't just do 12 goblins in 4 hours. He'll do 12 goblins up to a standard that will blow your damn mind. And he'll do them with OSL effects, and he'll do them with complex blends and complementary colors, and he'll throw around phrases like if a color goes one place, it must go everywhere. And by the time you get to the end of the stream, you know, your head's spinning, but you're just inspired as hell. So if you're not following Wapelius, do yourself a favor, go over, drop that man a follow, check out his next stream. He's on regularly, and he is absolutely incredible. Avoiding the acrylic habits of layering, lots of liquid under the specs. Yes, and that's... I've fallen into that a couple of times in this stream, Wapelius, and I've been trying to note it when I do it. Like, oh, I just did a thing that I would do if I was painting with acrylics, and I'm trying to stop doing that. I'm trying to mix my paints on my figure instead of on my palette, like I'm very, very tempted to do. Pond Burn, dropping the sub right on Wapelius' head so he can stop in and say hi to us without having to watch commercials. And isn't that really what the sub is all about at the end of the day? I need to watch more of your videos, more of your VODs on tutorial, Wapelius, because I'm operating with the mostly having watched your starter ones on pre-glazing and you know, pre-mixing and thinning and things like that. But he goes into some truly amazing detail. What's on the printer tonight? Darkheart X9. You can always hit !STL to get a readout. That's not strictly accurate. That's not Delta-based prototype. That's prototype for Trinity City Downtown version 2 is what is prototyping up there. But new Battletech terrain pieces, basically, that I'm trying to make sure all the mechanical parts work just the way I like them. I kind of want to try some more hards. Like, I was thinking organic surfaces are best for oils, Wapelius, but after doing this for a little while, and I gotta stop using this one color because I think I'm adding too much now, I want to try some more hard surface stuff, because edge highlighting with oils seems actually surprisingly easy. Like, I wouldn't have guessed that, but it has been, so far, really quite simple. Now, Wapelius, I always hear you say, never use white if you can help it. Now, is that just because of its tendency to desaturate, or is there more to that? Yeah, I heard you saying that too. You save each session as a highlight, and that way it never expires. Genius. Because I find myself using some white for my high highlights here, and I know that it desaturates, but that's also kind of what I'm going for a little bit. I was just wondering if there's more to that, if there's more that I should be keeping in mind before I go to my tube of white paint. Painting cab stuff a few weeks ago, The Mandalorian's not long. Yeah, I think that it's, I'm gonna be doing some, because that's the thing, this is the perfect property for it, Wapelius, because I'm sure you've seen Monsterpocalypse. I'm sure you see just about everything that gets released. but there are two distinct styles of model here that I'm going to be able to apply oils to, the more organic shapes of the kaiju and the more hard surface shapes of the mecha, so I think it's going to be good practice. For instance, after I get done with these little Belchers, these little monsters, I have all of these G-tanks to work through. Use white at times, but more of the brilliant yellow pale. Because the only yellow I have is this, what is it, cadmium yellow? Yeah, cadmium yellow, and I'm not sure what this will do on top of a blue. Now, let me just ask you that, Wapelius. If you were just highlighting this up to this sort of blue teal, would you use yellow or would you use white? Because I used white over here and I actually liked how it came out. Obviously, the answer is what works, works, and there's, you know, everything has its place. But I'm just wondering because you do so much of it. Trying to remember to wipe a bunch of paint off my brush, too, because that's a habit from acrylic painting, is overloading on paint because it's going to dry before you get to the model, and that is not so much of an issue here. It's a Williamsburg color. Okay. And that's something that I've been noting too watching Stila, is that there's a lot of, like, you know, yellow isn't just yellow. It depends a lot on what particular pigments are being used for that formulation. I obviously have a great deal to learn on that front, but that's why we're practicing. If you're having fun, you're not doing it wrong. And honestly, I've been enjoying this so far tonight. More so than I did my first attempt with oils. But again, I think that was a lack of preparation on my part. Oh, good question. Good question. Okay, that is a Winton oil color, cadmium yellow pale hue. So, what that means is, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Yeah, and that's what I'm noticing too, Wapelius, is it's kind of like put down the color and sort of blend it in and see what it does. You're not committing to a color as much as you are with acrylics. You're just kind of developing your own formula as you work through the mini itself. Like, I'm using white on these, but so far it's kind of doing what I want it to do, so I'm not going to complain. But I'm always trying to learn. Always trying to learn a little bit. And not leave too much paint on my brush. Only use Badger's Stynal Res. Yeah, I've been using Stynal Res for a while, Wapelius. It's just a good primer. Particularly since I started painting metal models again recently. It does way better with metals than Vallejo has, in my experience. So I use Stynal Res already, and that's what I used on these guys. Hue means that the pigment is not actually cadmium. It's a handful of other pigments that mix up to that color. My god. The more you know. That actually is, like, I had noticed that recently. I was looking at some colors. I ordered a couple off of Amazon just to fill out my basics. I avoided ones that said hue because I wasn't sure what it meant at the time, but I meant to ask. Mellow Minis, by the way, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to say hi there. I saw you in there. How you doing today? Did we get a shout out for Mellow Minis? I hope that we did. Like, I'm trying not to wipe on my thumb like I just did, for instance, because that's not going to dry. But I did it anyway. That's not what I want. There we go. Been replaced with non-toxic pigments. So what does that mean? Jesus, Hethrir, what? You just want to talk about Star Trek Picard. That's the only reason you're bringing that up. I fucking see through you, man. Yeah, and Stila, this is why I'm not like... I've always been a very self-taught painter, and that's not like a matter of pride. That's not a matter of like, I will not be taught by people. No, it has more to do with, I'm just a hands-on learner. I'd be better off with somebody like in a classroom teaching me than I am watching videos from that person. So I try to pick up what I'm able to from what is online, from Wapelius's various lessons and streams. And that's what's funny, is I try to watch Wapelius live, because I get a lot more out of watching him actually paint than I do from watching his videos, though I still refer to his videos for some particular pieces of info. So I figure start on some models that I can afford to have be a little funky, and just kind of figure it out. Like I said, committed to painting Monsterpocalypse in oils, so that at the very least they will all be done in a similar style. But, you know, with all things painting, and this is why, you know, I tell people this in relation to acrylics when they're first getting started, like, you gotta just do a bunch of it. You're not gonna get better at painting by focusing on theory. You have to just paint things and get a feel for how it blends, how it works. Do enough of it, and you'll get better at it. And I'm just applying the same logic to expanding my own skill set here. Let's just make a regular thing of doing enough of it, and eventually I'll figure something out. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, like, cadmium is itself quite toxic. But that was why I don't put the oil paint anywhere on my skin. But I didn't realize that they had processed a lot of it out of actual oil paints. So that explains the hue remark. Okay. I wasn't sure what that meant, so I was just like, I'll look that up later, and avoided it for the most part. But that's good info to have. Oop. Well, there's a bit more on that brush than I really want to be there. I'm trying to remember to wipe on the paper towel rather than... Because again, it's those acrylic habits you were talking about, James. It's, I'm used to swishing my brush in water every few minutes, so it's like I reach for the white spirits, and I'm like, no, stop. Stop doing that. That's not what you want to do. Hey, Riot Sister. How you doing today, Riot Sister?
Hello there.
A little bit more in here to get this guy matching up with his brother. I will say that the things that I have done today that I like have been appallingly easy to do. And that is a compelling fact. Like, once I kind of got a feel for the few little tricks that I'm using now, they're like, really take almost no effort. so many acrylic habits to get. I'm not getting rid of shit, Stila. I'm keeping all my acrylic habits, and I'm going to continue painting in acrylics. Stop trying to take over my mind. But no, you're right. There are a lot of acrylic habits that I need to remember that I'm doing and stop making so automatic. Because they've worked against me a couple of times here. I think the key is mindfulness. The key to so many things is mindfulness, but when it comes to oil painting, when switching from acrylics, understanding what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it is important. Building new habits and new bits of muscle memory. So I like the way these two guys look. Like, quite a lot. I'm going for that sort of kaiju blue Pacific Rim look. Yeah, they're adorable, aren't they, Riot Sisters? So they're supposed to be huge. Like, this is the body of a tank next to one of them. They're massive. A human at this scale is like 2 millimeters tall. So they're both like adorable, and they got these funny little munchy faces on them. And they're also giant and horrifying at the same time. Did I, Kursala? I'm so sorry. What did you write? Common replacement is Hansa Yellow and Titanium White. And for the record, I've been making sure to avoid the toxic pigments for all the RRD paints. That's smart, Kursala. I know that a lot of people lick their brushes when they paint with acrylics. I never have. Definitely don't lick your brush if you're painting with oils, though. That's definitively a very poor idea. I don't care if they're processing all the cadmium out of it. You don't want this shit in your mouth. So I'm going to go to the next set and try to get them up to that point. So, we've been kind of comparing as we go here. These two are the latest, having applied some of my... So this is past French Ultramarine. This was cadmium blue. Not cadmium blue. What am I saying? I need to print the labels. That's the one part of what James recommends that I haven't done yet. Cobalt blue. That makes more sense. It's cobalt, for God's sake. But this is cobalt blue and a touch of white on top of my pre-glaze of sap green and then French Ultramarine. And this is just the pre-glaze plus the French Ultramarine. I mean, it's appallingly easy to get to this point so far, and it's yielding a color that I'm very happy with. Which I guess is the key, right? So back to some of that cobalt blue. Yeah, I mentioned that early on, POV. Like, we're going further, we're adding more things, we're learning, we're blending, but that pre-glaze wipe away, like, you could do that and call a model ready. Like, it actually it yields a similar effect to contrast paints, but better. If that's what you were going for, just a simple tabletop ready paint job, you'd be able to do that. And just wipe away the paint, let it set, let it dry, and then come back to it later and be like, yep, that's a tabletop ready army. And I think it would look better than if you were using acrylic contrast paints. And honestly, be easier to apply and less splotchy. So one of the issues with the contrast paints is that they can go on kinda splotchy and be difficult to deal with. These not so much, because you just kind of wait a little bit and then wipe it away. And you can do more complex things with the pre-glaze too, like apply complementary or even contrasting undertones, and then apply another color over top of it. I think that there is a great avenue of, like, really, really lazy oil painting to be explored here. I think there are probably some... There might be a realm of painting within oils that's like, hey, are you, like, really fucking lazy? We want some decent-looking paint jobs? Here are some techniques. I realize this is a lot of what Wapelius says when he does it, too. Like, Wapelius does, admittedly, fairly advanced painting, but he's always talking about, and this is really easy to do, and you just kind of don't believe him until you do it. How you doing, Amateur Paint Hour? Can we get a show? We did, because Riot Sister's all over that. There's that shout out. Good to see you. I agree, Steela. It's very nice. Pre-glaze essentially gives you an active zenithal that you can mix all the subsequent colors into. Yeah, so what I did, Wapelius, is I did a zenithal with my prime, because I always do. And then I did the pre-glaze. And then when I wiped the pre-glaze off, like, it looked pretty good if all I wanted was that one color. Like, oh, that's actually pretty decent. But now, immediately afterwards, and I don't think you were here for this part, I pulled out the French Ultramarine and I started working that into the green, and that's when I wound up with this really interesting turquoise base. So yeah, it just had an immediate impact on everything that I put down over top of it, and now I've got these nice, super deep green shadows on top of that. Below that. The exact opposite of on top of that. And it's causing all of the blues that I put down to come out in the blue-green turquoise register, which is really quite nice. You don't have to wait for the Ask Riot Sister. You know, you are a good fucking mod, and you know who to shout out. Fantastic painters like Amateur Paint Hour, wonderful streamers. Go give Amateur Paint Hour a follow if you have not already. Hope everybody's having a good day out there, by the way. And thank you for joining me here today for this incredibly amateur learning experience that we're going through. But this is my second time even trying to paint with oils, and I have to say I'm very pleased that I don't hate any of the results so far. There's just a lot of habits to break and new habits to build, really. Pre-glazes are radically different from one mini to the next, even pre-glazed in cadmium yellow and fluorescent orange. Interesting. I've noticed it's something that Steela does that I need to do, is she'll just make a bunch of the same piece and then test the pre-glazes for each paint. Because they all stain differently, and some of them stain in ways that you wouldn't expect. Some stain so dark that it's just like, yup, it's that color now. Some don't stain at all. So yeah, I need to maybe do a little bit of practice with that. But yeah, guys, if you're watching this and you're at all curious about oil painting, I'm not really the guy to learn from as much as I'm always happy to share what knowledge I have. But I can tell you, go to Wapelius' channel. Go there right now. First of all, give him a follow if you haven't already. You will appreciate his streams. Then, dig into his highlights. Under his videos, dig into his highlights, because he highlights all of his streams. And you can access some amazing learning content there. I'll tell you what I'm kind of impressed with is that I can be as fucking sloppy with these oils as I can be and still get nice looking results. Because in many of these cases I'm just like, yep, slap the color on.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Like how I supplemented that with the raspberry? That really brings it together, doesn't it? God, we are a classy bunch of fuckers around here.
Ass Cracklin' Thunderspunk! Yeah!
So what I'm gonna try to do, Steela, Wapelius, all interested parties, I'm gonna try to slate one stream a week for at least the next month for working on Monsterpocalypse and thus working in oils, and we're going to see how much progress I can make in a month. And I've slated all of my Monsterpocalypse figures for working in oils. Unless it says Phthalo or Prussian.
There's something about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
I've got a couple of the Phthalo colors. Phthalo blue and Phthalo something else, I can't remember what. I don't have Prussian blue, I have French aquamarine and cobalt blue. Nope, don't do that. Don't do that thing you were about to do. Two things I keep almost doing is wiping my brush on my glove and swishing my brush in my thinner, which are not things that I want to do. They're just habits. It's Turpentine Thursday. Ooh, that actually kind of works to square. I'm using a what is it? The White Spirit, you know, odorless terpenoid. It's not actual turpentine, apparently. But be that as it may, that actually kind of works. I think I'd been thinking maybe like Theory Thursday, but that's a bit broad for what it's going to wind up being for the next month. Still, who knows? You want just a touch of my white spirits here. There we go. As with so many things in painting, it seems like it's kind of like you can learn rules of thumb, you can learn broadly what not to do, what things are definitely mistakes, but to a certain degree you're going to learn, at least I'm going to learn, this is how I do it, by just putting paint down and seeing what happens. And then when I do something that I like, and I do something that's like, oh, that worked, you know, try to do it again. Figure out what it is that you did that actually worked there. That's why I've wound up a mostly self-taught painter, is it's just kind of how I do. Like, I've been being much more careful with this, and by the time I get to the fourth one, I'm like, oh, I can just kind of do this. And it's doing what I want it to do anyway. Ooh, that kind of works. Look at that. That's a... I was gonna say that you guys all came up with that idea at the same time, but now I see that this has been an orchestrated effort by Kursala to get you all to say it. I was gonna congratulate you. You should have gotten them to do that in secret, Kursala. Then I would have been more impressed. Phthalo Thursday. You guys are ridiculous. Manro Fasal with that 12 months. 1 year. Oh my god, that number's just going to keep going up, isn't it? It's still amazing to me that we have been doing this for over a year at this point. I'm probably going to say something equally stupid when we get to the 2-year mark, you guys. The fact that I have as many regular subscribers as I do that come in and renew for their 12th month, their 13th month, their 14th month, it means so much. I can't thank you guys enough for being here, for being a part of the stream, for being a part of this whole experience. Man, Rofasal, how are you doing today, my friend? I hope you're having a fantastic day. We're having a pretty good day here as I continue to figure out what it is I want to do. Slowly. one broad stroke of the brush at a time. Holy moly, Kevin Kitsune! I'll give Kevin Kitsune and Co. a minute to get through the inevitable wave of advertisements that they face. Coming over into a new stream. Thank you so much for getting that shout out done. I'm about to switch off to another color here and start doing some... I'm gonna start doing some highlighting, but it's like, I mean, it is highlighting, but there's a lot of shared phraseology here. Ridiculous but right. Daylo Thursday, that could work. Maybe next time don't look behind the curtain. Yeah, just ignore the way the sausages get made. Am I right? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Kevin Kitsune.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't show me your
have
genitals.
fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it, guys. I know it's tempting. I know we're on the internet, and I know that the second you get on the internet, something goes off in your brain and it says, let's show people my dick. But don't do it, please. That is not what this stream is for. That's not what the Storm Report is for. The Storm Report is for sharing your art. Kevin Kitsune, what were you working on today, man? You might think that that's a strange thing for me to talk about, but it's going to segue very nicely into my next point, which is Kevin Kitsune, if you haven't already, I'd love to see what you were working on today posted over in the Storm Report, so I can share it with the rest of the stream here in just a little bit. And it must be noted, it just can't be your junk, that's all. Welcome in, Raiders. We are, vaguely
I heard you
experimenting.
liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
One of them is, so that's whoever's fault who just said that. That's Hamburg Tack's fault. You broke my 3D printer, and you're gonna have to pay for it. Luckily, it's probably only gonna cost about $3 to get the replacement part that I need, so you got off lucky this time. Working on a birthday present for one of your grandnieces? That's awesome. Isn't body paint painting? I mean, yes, but you can paint other parts of your body than your actual groin, if that's what you're going to share. We're experimenting today, Kevin Kitsune, with oil painting, which has so far been a fairly successful experiment, I feel. I won't pretend that I'm any good at it, but, you know, practice makes perfect, or at least practice makes permanent, as they say. I've always found that saying to be much more true. Perfect practice makes perfect. But practice makes permanent. Hey, Geeky Taniki, how you doing today? That's my song. Do you like my song? I wrote it just for you. What's the present that you made? Out of curiosity. If you feel like sharing it with us in the Storm Report, that's awesome too. But I'm wondering, did you 3D print and paint or something? Because that's pretty fucking cool. I am doing well, Geeky Taniki. It is, we're experimenting with oils today, and it could have gone wrong so many ways, but so far it has seemed to go mostly right. And I'm pretty pleased about that. Is it just me, or does this sound like a song out of the StarCraft soundtrack? Like, kind of a lot. Got oil paints from the hubby. Haven't tried them yet, though. They're interesting. I decided that I would do all of my Monsterpocalypse figures in oils just so I have an excuse to, you know, practice with them. And so far, I'm not regretting my decision. This is actually pretty fun, and I like having a force to focus on it with. as opposed to trying to... Because, you know, I paint to play with. I don't just paint statues or busts or whatever for the most part. There are a lot of painters out there who are just painting to paint. I paint to play. So oils and I have always had kind of a funny relationship in that, you know, I haven't always had a reason to try them out. And I've thought about starting a few times with them, but it's always like, I don't want half my force to be painted in acrylics and half in oils. It's going to look weird. But starting a new game with entirely new figures, this seemed like the good, right opportunity to work in something new, to broaden our horizons, to expand our toolbox a little bit, and that is what we're doing. It can never hurt to have more tools in your toolbox. Unless that tool is Hethrier, am I right? I don't even think he's here anymore, and I'm still insulting him. I have a beer over here. Oh shit, he is. Woo! Yeah, I've seen you doing some incredibly speedy work, Opelius. It's pretty mind-blowing. If I'm being honest, that's one of the things that has drawn me to giving it a try most, is I see the speed with which some people are able to get some truly amazing paint jobs, and I'm like, I kind of want to do that, though. Spend less time on the paint jobs. Sometimes. We'll see. We'll see how the process evolves. It's true, though. Wapelius will sit down with like 12 Moria goblins, and in 4 hours, they'll not only be done, but they'll look striking and amazing. Now, a lot of that comes from knowledge of color theory, because it doesn't matter how quickly you can put down colors or how easy you can blend them if you're making the wrong choices. But you know, that can be learned. Ethr's not wrong, he does know all those things. Okay, fair enough. Which version of the vaccine? Pfizer. I'm gonna turn into a Pfizer lizard. It is fairly incredible, Steela. Also, I noticed I missed a couple of things here. Admit that doing what I have done so far today with acrylics would have taken me significantly longer. And more steps. Like I said, we're going to keep practicing and keep learning. See, like right there, I fell into the acrylic trap of loading my brush up more than I should have. And now I'm kind of going back and fixing that. So I put down a big glob of paint where all I really wanted to do was touch up a tiny little bit on the tip, but this is why we practice. It doesn't matter so much if my little Belchers wind up looking a little funky. As long as I know what I'm doing by the time I get to the big monster.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not
Glorbing
like we're
is what
trying
it's
to
all
get
about.
inside the lines or anything.
Glorbing is what it's all about, lore friendly. Absolutely, Amateur Paint Hour. I always appreciate when you feel like contributing. Even if you can't be here for the report. Less is more and more is way too much. Yeah, I'm noticing, like, I basically... It is that acrylic habit, Lapelius, because I'm used to load the brush up because it's going to dry partially by the time you get to the model, particularly since I've started streaming. Like, it's not as much of an issue if I'm painting on my own. If I'm painting while I'm streaming, you know how often it'll happen. I'm like, I load some paint on, and I go up to do the thing, and I look up a chat, and I'm like, oh, a conversation I should be having. And then I'll sit here with my brush balanced for like 20 minutes while I talk about something. By the time I get back to it, I'm like, oh, this is completely dry, and I have to start over again. Not really an issue with oils. You want very, very little on the brush itself. Very, very little. Yeah, painting on stream with acrylics puts the dry in dry brush. Suddenly everything you're doing is dry brushing, whether you meant it to be or not. Now this is an issue that I've been facing for the last year that I've just kind of had to develop new habits to get around. And now those new habits and that new muscle memory have worked against me a time or two tonight. But again, this is why we practice. This is why we practice. And Lapelius, thank you so much for doing what you do, man. Thank you for making this form of painting so accessible, for always being willing to ask, or rather answer, questions. I really do appreciate it. You have a great stream. And I always like hanging out. And thank you to Stila Rebel for the idea. I don't know if you do this, Wapelius, but I personally got the tip from Stila of using a palette that's just some parchment paper stuck down to a piece of cardboard, because this has solved a lot of the problems that I had last time I was doing this. I was making a big mess on a piece of porcelain, and then I had to let all the oils on the porcelain dry and then dispose of the dried oils. This time I'm going to take this and I'm going to throw it in the fucking trash. And that is awesome, and I love it. I would say the biggest difference between the last time I tried oil painting and this time is that I'm having fun this time. I was fighting with my palette and with thinning last time, and I was not enjoying it. I'm able to think a lot less about that this time because I've done that prep work. And I'm just focusing on the actual painting, and it is a lot more fun. Holy moly, Hamburg Tack with his own Oh, it's ironic. He could give other people subscriptions, but not himself. Except he did. Just now, Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for that subscription, my friend. And thank you so much for the gift subs. WJ, the saucer, yes. I don't know. I don't have that much interest in the Cthulhu forces. But the Martian forces, the fact that one of their monsters is just a big goddamn flying saucer, yes, I'm going to paint that. I see myself painting more of Guard, who are largely mecha and tanks and modern human stuff. I see myself painting some of the Green Menace because they have the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman character, Sergeant Titanica, and that's funny as hell. I see myself painting the Martian Menace. I see myself painting more of the Planet Eaters. Maybe some of Zocalo block. They're kind of an interesting faction. They're more brutal mecha. More brutalist mecha, less streamlined. Maybe some of the Empire of the Apes. They're kind of cool. Can't you take both the Martians and Cthulhu monsters? Yes. Yeah, there's only 2 factions. Really, there's only 2, okay, there's many factions in Monsterpocalypse, but there's 2 sides. And, so you're playing destroyers or protectors. And you can pick and choose not only monsters, but units from anywhere under that umbrella. Oh, what's the other one? Also, Shadow Sun Syndicate, I think it's called? They're kind of like the Kamen Rider Ultraman faction in that they've got a bunch of, big, giant cyborgs and humanoid fighters. I'm gonna paint some of those, too. It is clear that the people who make the game consume the genre, and they've done a lot to replicate common tropes within their factions. No, WJ, there's no penalty. As far as I know, no, there's no penalty. You can mix and match within your side as much as you want. So you can run, Defender X from Guard along with a bunch of fucking giant apes with rocket launchers from the Empire of the Apes, and it's yep, that's fine. If you're sticking like with like, it's only because you want to. And they do tend to have synergistic abilities, as far as I've seen. Yes. Yes, WJ. You can, if you want 2 monsters in your force, you can take Giant Monkey, you can take the Giant Fighter, the Fire Dinosaur. That's one of the other factions I like. There's a faction of ancient dinosaurs that want to protect the Earth. But yeah, you can run Giant Dinosaur and Giant Monkey and then support them with tanks or exosuits. Go for it, why not? Kevin Kitsune, go get something to eat. Man, you really never have to apologize for raiding and running. That's what I do to people all the time. I understand. I think most raiders do that because you've just been streaming, for God's sake. Take some time, man. Stretch your legs, grab a bite. Do what you gotta do. I appreciate the raid, dude. As always, I hope you had a fucking fantastic stream. Oop, that's a bit much. Yeah, they don't penalize the team-ups at all as far as I've seen. The only limitation is you're either playing destroyers or protectors. Anything that fall under that umbrella is perfectly fine to team up, and that is a very, very broad umbrella. If I've gotten these all relatively the same color, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I think I generally have. Some are a little bit more green, some are a little bit more blue just because of the process I used. But I don't think they're significantly divergent. I think they look pretty decent. Romeo Void, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a fantastic night. Always great to see you in chat. Yeah, like, that's the nice thing. That's why I thought to steal a rebel, I'm like, let me start off painting a bunch of organic monsters, because if there's skin variation, I don't really care. I just don't really care all that much. I think I want to lean more into reddish colors for their carapace, since I've gone with blue. Dark brown's a little boring, but that's kind of where I started, so I'm going to go with some of this burnt sienna. You play destroyers as protectors and vice versa. I think that is the only real limitation, Datron Voltari, is you're either destroyers or protectors. And once you've made that choice, then you have the choice of the pool of monsters and units that you're using. And have Atlanteans, Lemurians, Lost Civilizations. The closest thing it has is the Empire of the Apes, I feel like, WJ. One of the opposite colors for the underglaze and base tone. That's an interesting idea, Kursala. I may try that. I may just try that. The Empire of the Apes is kind of like ancient civilization. Because, like, they are civilized. They have apes with rocket launchers and shit. Trying to think, though. Nothing too crazy. I'm not totally familiar with all the factions, so I couldn't honestly say. Apes strong together. Can you give the giant gorilla an axe? I don't know. I think that he's just like swinging a chain or something like that. Ape together, strong. I'll tell you what, Kursala, we're definitely going to be trying some more experimental and brighter colors as we move over into the Guard forces. Really just using the sienna to move my brown more into the direction of red. I thought something was crawling on my arm, but it was just my arm hairs being funny. I hate it when that happens. There you go, Datron, yeah. Holding an ICBM truck as a shoulder-launched weapon. It is exactly that kind of absurd, yes. I'm going to move this more in the red direction specifically because I intend for there to be yellow body markings on these guys. And so I don't want the brown to be yellow. Monsterpocalypse in general definitely has a major sense of humor about its whole concept. It takes none of it seriously. It takes it seriously enough to, like, be pretty cool, and it's willing to joke around with it enough to actually be a lot of fun. Let's wipe some of that off and try again. It's like Oogie Boogie. Yeah, he kind of has the like the jaw to eye ratio of Oogie Boogie. I could totally see that. These Belchers. Mr. Oogie Boogie. I don't think I've seen that movie in a long time. All right. I'm going to use a little bit. I think a little bit of orange to lighten that up, maybe. See what it does. We're experimenting, right? So let's keep going. Indian Yellow is a color I fell in love with, becoming one of my favorite highlight colors. Even went and found an equivalent in Games Workshop's paint range. Interesting. This may honestly be a little bit too much color for what I'm trying to do here. I may just want to go white and desaturate it, rather than trying to introduce more color. I feel like that's almost too much. At the same time, I don't know. I guess I'd rather lean into vivid colors in this case. What with the nature of the game and all, than be too subdued. Lore Friendly, thank you so much for being here, man. Yeah, I think I'm using a bit too much thinner, Stila. I was just thinking that myself. We need more paint on here. Help me establish more of a gradient. You know, like even that's already better on the claw. And it just comes down to how I applied it and how much thinner I had going on there. I like that. That was the thinking, Greg. And I really, really want that to be the case. I'm trying to lean into real high color and value contrast on these guys. Well, I look how it is on the claw. That's kind of perfect. I like that a lot. This is a bit much up here. I'm gonna have to tone it down, but this down here, this is beautiful. Gotta remember, don't load up the brush. Don't load up the brush. Doesn't help you. There. Touch of orange right there. I'm liking the look of this so far. Less. A little bit more over here. Just kind of blot that in and then blend it in a bit. It's true. Justicaro 6 only recently entered the conversation. How you doing, by the way, Justicaro? It's good to see you, man. I'm just letting you guys talk about autocannons, because, I'm tired of whining about Battletech right now. I do plenty of that. Darkheart, thank you so much for the reminder. They're cute little chubby monsters, aren't they? Just dumped water all over myself somehow. I'm not totally sure how that happened. But I did it. Way to go, me. Wipe the brush, don't rinse the brush so much. I'm not totally sold. I'm not totally sold on moving in the direction of orange yet. I'm really just kind of making these paint jobs up as I go, but I don't hate this. It's gonna need a little bit something a little paler to punch it up. My other option is to go more with this already desaturated brown that I got from my pre-glaze, but I'm not totally sure. Also, there's a big damn chunk of mold line that I didn't remove that showed up on this guy's jaw that I only just now noticed. Oh well. We'll paint it like he got chopped in the jaw or something. Desaturating the highlights but leaving the shadows highlighted. That's saturated. That's an interesting idea. Leaving orange down in the shadows, and then, yeah, well, you know what? Maybe we could do something like that. Because when you want to just straight up desaturate something, what do? You add some white or black. That's what you do. Creamy blends, yeah. Creamy is the word for it, as much as using that word makes me a little uncomfortable. Old creamy sheave, as they call him. I'm gonna try like working some orange down in here deeper on the jaw, and then desaturating up towards the top part of it. Not a lot. Just a little bit there. I'll go to my white. Try just catching these edges. Oop, that was a bit much. But that's okay. That is just fine. I'll blend right out. Ooh, yeah, you're right. I think the less vivid orange, with the orange mostly in the shadows, and then desaturating the high... Like, it does the same thing I'm doing over here, but it's just a little bit more subtle. Or not more subtle, it's a little bit more vivid and interesting, while still being subtle. That's what I meant to say. What the... Where did that water just come from? No, there isn't a hole in my roof. It must have just, like, drooled across my shirt and then, It's water, right? It just spilled, like, thinner on myself? Okay, yeah, it was just sudden and surprising, that's all. Hey! Pro streamer, ladies and gentlemen, dumping water all over himself. I don't hate that. happy little accidents. There you go, POV. Catch this upper surface a little bit here with my white. Carry that up and through. Yeah, I can work with this. I'm trying to learn to just kind of lay it in and then blend it out. In and blend it out. That same brush load without cleaning it, push some highlights into your blue. It's got a little orange mixed with white. It does. But you're also talking, you know, pure insanity right now, Greg. I think you might be high on white spirits, and I don't want to indulge your madness any more than I have to. No, I know what you're saying, and it is an interesting idea. I'm trying to just take it slow, one step at a time. That's why I'm focusing on this guy before I move over to try this step on any of the other ones. But yeah, my white is a little bit orange. You're not wrong. Damn, it really does blend nice. Push it into my blue. Alright. A little bit. And just a teeny little bit of warmth on top. Certainly an interesting way to pick up reflections. Recaptures a lot of the bone ivory feel, but still reading a strong... Yeah, this is a huge improvement. It's keeping the orange, the contrast from the orange, but it's not as vibrant and thus not as jarring for being organic. It's not drawing as much attention away from the blue. Ooh, I gotta do the eyes. Before I get too much further in this, I want to try to do the eyes. Because the same principle is still going to apply to oil painting, that you're going to want to paint from the inside out. So I don't want to forget that. Got your love for painting Battletech back? 6 Battletech minis? Fuck yeah, dude. Glad to hear that. Did you highlight the blue with white as well? I did, Manix the Lemur. Yeah, so the total recipe for these blues that I have on the bodies of these guys were the pre-glaze of the sap green, and then I went over the sap green, kind of wiped it away with a sponge, came back in with French ultramarine, and then some cobalt blue, and then just a touch of white, and kind of blended all that together to taste. And I'm pretty happy with how that wound up. That's awesome, though, Thick Mike. What did you paint? Which mechs? Oop, no, I didn't want to do that. Well, nice thing with mistakes on oils, you can always just kind of blend it out. Just kind of blend it out. And I mean, also don't forget, if you're painting with oils, like, you can let it dry and then come in and put acrylics right over top of it. So if you're like, oh, I wish I could do an acrylic wash, like, you can. It's easy. You just gotta wait a little bit.
You're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Is it not? It looked like it was. Alright, I'm gonna stop working with this orange for a minute now that I've actually moved it in a... It needs more work, but I think I like this direction the orange is going, and now I have kind of a blending recipe that I can work with to continue it. Overall, I think this is going to be a great color combo for the whole force. The idea being that on top of that, I'm also going to have... And actually, I'm going to do this after I've let it dry. I don't want to start doing it now. But I'm going to try to do the Guillermo del Toro Pacific Rim Kaiju thing, where they've got this sort of teal-blue skin, and then they've got, like, yellow patterns, little simple tattoo-type deals coming down their body and making simple shapes. So it's going to be the blue with yellow, and then it's going to be this sort of rich ivory orange, and I want to do some blue effects on their faces. You really don't need much oil paint at all. Like a teeny little dab of it will go a long way. Glowing mouths. So I've thought about that. Maybe trying to lay it down into their mouths a little bit. Certainly their eyes. Break everything real quick, don't mind me. This is going to be a little trickier, because so far I've been working with big, broad surfaces. Now I'm trying to do these little ones, but I want to decide on this before I continue with their faces, because like all painting, it is easier to start... Quit flipping my mat up, you son of a bitch. It is easier to start low and work higher. Permission to post an extra. You know, Thick Mike, we haven't had any Battletech posts from you for a while, so I will approve that on a one-off basis. Absolutely, please do. I really feel like I just want to put the tiniest little amount of white in here and then blend it back out. But this is an effect I have not done with oils. This is an effect I have not done with oils, rather. That's English. I'm just going to put a dab in there. And over here. And wipe most of that remainder off. And then come back in and try to blend it in. Had a perfect frozen command thought up last night, and now you can't remember. Are you sure you didn't just dream having a good idea, Riot Sister? I do that sometimes. There isn't actually a good idea at the heart of it. There's just me thinking, wow, I had a good idea. A little dab more. Fell down a weird television rabbit hole, found episodes of an old short-lived TV series called Space Rangers. Roland, have you seen Space Riders Division Earth? I think it's on Hulu. It was on Hulu at one point anyway. Oh my god, you need to watch that. Space Riders Division Earth is funny as fuck. At least the first season is. The second season got a little self-referential and kind of lost it. But the first season that they did of it, I think it's only like 8 episodes, is really quite amusing, particularly if you are at all a fan of Super Sentai. How you doing, White Wolf? Yeah, we're faking it till we make it over here. Definitely not where I want to be with the eyes, but again, I want to figure that out before I get any further along. Maybe a touch of my original French ultramarine to deepen it a bit. I'm really just using cobalt blue here. 6 of 40 down. Well, fuck yeah, the rest are 75%. That's a lot of mechs. That's a lot of mechs, Thick Mike. French Ultramarine and Burnt Umber are incredible when mixed together. Might have to try that. I like their little faces. I really like, now that it's kind of popping out at you, isn't he just they're kind of adorable, aren't they? Like, they're 2 stories tall, and they spit giant globs of acid, so they're objectively horrifying. But, look at him. He's going to scratch him under his chin. Like the things from Into the Breach? Kind of, yeah. Man, Into the Breach is a great game. It really is. You need a very tall ladder to scratch his chin. It took me a while on the second version of the monster units. Here, I'll show you what I mean on it. I couldn't find his face. I wasn't sure where his face was, like at all, until I put some primer down on him. Let me pull him up here. He's with my repair truck. I thought, like, because when you look at the model, it's not obvious. I was like, maybe that's his eye, but that's pretty big for an eye, and it matches these things back here, which I guess are supposed to be little glow ports or whatever. His face is all the way down here. Let me focus on it. Come on, camera. You can do it. I believe in you. There, that kind of works. But his face is... like, can you see it? His little teeth? His little face? All the way down there at the bottom? Rawr! This one is ridiculous. He doesn't have as much flesh, so he's going to wind up being almost all the carapace orange color. He does, doesn't he? He has a funny little grin. He's like, yes, I will eat the humans. Don't mind if I do. A little turtle. He's like a little turtle goblin shark thing, right? I kind of like that about the Planet Eaters. They all have a certain cuteness about them until you get to the monsters, who... they're not as cute. They're more just monstrous. But I think this guy done in the same colors with the same methods is going to look really nice. A really well done figure, too. Like, the musculature, all the little bits of tension where his skin is folding or pulling. It's a really well-made figure. We're going to be starting the Storm Report in, I think, just 2 minutes. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in that, mods? I'm pretty sure. Kind of why I wanted to set that down. And just take a look at what else we got here. Yeah, the Zenithal highlights are a big help. A real big help, NetJam Jr. Yeah, the hands. Because they're not really hands, they're just weapons. They're like the big scoops, and he's got kind of like these 2 little thumbs on either side. But they're mostly just weapons. Like, this is not a creature that is designed to interact with anything meaningfully aside from smashing it to bits. And I think this is going to look cool once we have the... because this is... all the armor plates are going to be done in that same orange. The skin is going to be done in the blue. And then there's lots of opportunities to do glow effects in blue. Like down here, along the shoulder, these spots here on the chest, on the head, on the shoulders, inside the weapon arms. Yeah, the Hive Tyrant. He has that like Alien Queen / Hive Tyrant head crest thing, doesn't he? But then he has a much meaner... actually, you know, his face is very similar to the Crawler. It's just the fact that he's bigger somehow makes him less cute. Somehow. So yeah, once I get these guys done, which I think I should be able to get these guys done over the course of the week, considering how little time this took and how experimental it was, like, yeah, this the rest of this should be pretty damn simple. And then we'll be able to get started on this once I finish off the monster. I'm gonna need to decide on what guard colors I'm gonna use. I could lean into the Pacific Rim PPDC thing. The problem is that the PPDC is just like, hey, we painted it blue. That's the whole thing. That's their whole that's their entire color scheme. I could just go with the Studio Guard scheme, which is kind of like a combination of blue and gold and some really bright oranges. I don't know. I don't quite know how I want to do this color scheme. But this will be interesting because we're going to go right from doing fleshy little murder blobs to doing tanks and big robots. Do the Megazord. Each limb a different color, the Voltron thing. We could do that, maybe. I don't know. This is another one where the Zenithal Prime really helps you see all the details on him, though. I love how he's just got two big fucking jet engines strapped to his back, too. Alright, let me clean up a little bit here. Actually use some of my white spirits. Wipe the brush clean. I don't know if Stila Rebel is still here in the chat, but I just did want to say, Stila, thanks for this tip. Doing the palette this is just a little thin piece of cardboard with a piece of parchment paper over top of it. This is amazing. Between this and pre-thinning and bottling my oil paints, all of the issues that I had the last time we tried to do oil painting here on the stream have been pretty much alleviated. Today I was able to focus largely on actually doing the painting and not wrestling with the paints, and that has made a huge difference. A huge difference. But we started with blank figures, and in just a couple hours of fooling around chatting and slapping some oil paints around, we got this really, really nice turquoise blue body with deep green shadows, and then got started on highlighting up our armor plates on these funny faced little guys, and actually got something that I like pretty well. I have a direction to pursue now. Actually, I just saw one thing I want to do before I set it down. I know that this still won't dry for like another day, but I left a little splorp of white there that I just want to... There we go. Ease that out. Ease that out. Don't want to leave it there. Okay. But yeah, the cleanup on this is easy, because I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that, and I'm going to throw them in the trash. And we're done! We're done! That's oil painting. And also, thank you to Stila Rebel for the recommendation on using these little makeup sponge wedges, because these were great for the pre-glaze process there. Now let me get this set aside, because I really don't want to stick my elbow in this while I'm doing the Storm Report. More so, like, if I don't want to stick my elbow in my acrylics, but that's not as bad as sticking my elbow in a palette of wet oil paint. That would be mildly catastrophic. I mean, catastrophic, that's hyperbolic. I'd have to clean myself using white spirits is what would ultimately happen there, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, the Vortex Mixer, that is one thing that the Vortex Mixer is fantastic for. Oil paint's very, very thick when it comes out of the tube. So what I've been doing, and I was lazy as shit with these, by the way. First of all, Greg, you sent these to me because you had these extras. I need to get some more. All I did was fill this bottle up about 1/3 with white spirits, take the tube of oil paint, stick it in the top, squeeze it until the level came up to about like right there. I took a hematite bead, I used that to push the remainder of the oil paint down into the bottle, I screwed the cap on, I stuck it in the Vortex Mixer for a couple of minutes, and bang. Like, this was really, really easy to do. And if you're out there and you're thinking about getting started with oil painting, do this. Pre-mix them. The Vortex Mixer makes it very, very easy, but if you have the Hematite bead in there and you just shake it real, real good, get it to the point where you can hear your agitator shaking around in there, you can do it by hand. But yeah, don't thin your paints right on the palette. God, that was such a mess last time. This is the way to go, and now I have all these. I do need to label them. Waffle recommends labeling them, and I was lazy and I didn't, and I wound up having to consult my tubes for a few times. Having to consult the tubes! Move these out of the way. This has been a very, very educational paint session. Where's my other green? Here's my other green. Don't want to lose anything. Here's my purple, my blues, my black and whites. Okay, I have everything. I have everything. Go ahead and put this in the trash can. Set this aside. I made basically no. Look at how pathetically unused my glove is, but this is good because if I put oil paint all over this, I would inevitably wipe it on my face. So let's not do that either. You have duct tape and a Sawzall. Wait, what the fuck are we talking about? Who's using a Sawzall now? Go ahead and get the storm report pulled up over here so I can transition over to it. Zoom, zoom, zoom up to the top. And boom!
Alright, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Hey, and it worked. What do you know? What is this? Why is this popping up? Go away. Stop that. Alright, here we go. Correct my window size a tiny bit so I can actually see what's going on. Yeah, I got a lot done, Steela. Actually, this has been fun. I like this one mini that I started to highlight the chest plate of. Like, realistically, I could let this dry, take it, plop it onto a base, and be like, that's actually a pretty good looking mini. I'm only gonna push it farther because I'm trying to continue learning. But this is way better than the last time I tried oil painting, you guys. Like, way better. Way better. Acrylics have their place, Greg. They absolutely have their place, but I'm going to be doing, like I said, we're going to be doing oil once a week. We're going to be doing oil once a week for at least the next month as I continue to dive into this. You only like it because you bullied me into doing it, Steela. It's the only reason. It's the only reason. You're over there like, yes, dance. Dance on my strings. Got a couple fully painted figures. I've been just trying to paint line everything on this damn Mad Cat. I'm not a huge fan of the new CGL plastics. I'm not a huge fan of PVC figures a lot of the time in general. Drink, monkey, drink. It's not nice to make monkeys drink. It's not good for them, Steela. And I don't have a tiny stein. I just have a bottle. No, we're not doing this again. We're not doing this again because last time Steela whipped everybody up into a frenzy to make me drink a bunch, I was 4 beers deep by the time I got to my post-stream shower. And I'm a lightweight. I'm 6'2", and it's like 2 beers, and I'm more or less done. No. I'm just going to ignore you. I hope you know that. I will check my posture though, White Wolf, and thank you. You gotta drink. It's the stream rules. I don't think that's how it works. I might ruin my credibility if I don't. What the fuck? VR workouts. Someone who doesn't even who has apparently been lurking who doesn't even chat, is like, yeah, I want to get in on this. What the fuck? This is... Let's do the storm report. For the love of God. Shut up, Greg. Holy hell. What have we got up first? Of course what's up first has to be food. Of course it does. Good to see you, VR workouts. When you're trying to stream, people just want to watch you drink. Yeah, is that what we want? Do we want to have just a Thunderhead drinking stream? It's just me sitting here drinking beer after beer after beer? Actually, that could be fun. Is that allowed under TOS? Can I just sit here and drink for hours? I've seen people do it. Maybe I have to be more subtle than that. That was for you, Greg. That was for you. Refund the char... Oh my god. Greg does a gift sub, and then he tells me I'll charge back the sub. If you don't drink. This is a new low, is what this is. I'll charge it back if you don't drink. Oh my god. Drink on stream. Just staring at the camera. Yeah, this is the whole stream. It's just gonna be me. I'm not even gonna talk. I'm just gonna stare into the camera. My eyes. They won't be alight with disappointment. They'll just be dead. Dead like I am inside. You people are ridiculous. Here we have up first from Squared. No minis this time. But I made pan pizza in my... How the fuck is there a hype train going? They say giving in to bullies only encourages them, and yet here I am. Is this what my life has become? Is this who I am? Is this my future? It's so depressing. I need a drink. Even Data Nerd, I thought more of you than to get in on this particularly lowbrow drink train, as it apparently is being called. Oh, holy shit, Darkheart. Don't think, drink, he says. And oh my god, I apparently have no real friends in this chat. It's just bullies and abusers. Let's do the fucking storm report. I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Let's do the fucking storm report. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look anymore. Because Squared shared a fucking pan pizza made in his skillet with homemade crust and... Oh, that looks delicious. Oh, look how the cheese is all, like, melted to the side. Oh, man. Yeah, Drakari will be my friend. Drakari won't make me drink. This is vengeance on behalf of the chat for not saving the stream when the Borealis drop shit. I'm sorry about that, Sumitha. We did lose a few streams in there. That is my fault. I was not yet at the time just saving streams directly to my PC as they happened. But, you know, here we are. I already drank. I already drank White Wolf. Here, one more for you. And then it's done. It's over. I'm not doing it anymore. Except when I do, which will be in just a minute. Oh, God. Oh, it's so cold. Oh, this looks fucking delicious, Squared. It really does. And way to start off the storm report with food as opposed to putting it at the end like you're supposed to so that I'm not thinking about it the whole damn time. Oh, God. People are coming out of the fucking woodwork. Crypt Shadow, are you just a lurker? And now you're apparently in on this? I hate my life. Oh, God, here we have from SP Firestarter, was in Seattle Pop Culture Museum. Saw our dear friend from Galaxy Quest. Oh shit, it's Saris? They had is this the actual costume for Saris? I love this costume so much. Saris is like one of my favorite bad guy costumes. I don't love his weird little like articulated bug leg ponytail thing, but like the armor, the way his shoulder pads like flex and move with him, you know, like they go up and down as he breathes, and then he's got the little flare thing that'll snap up when he's angry. You can see it behind here. He makes me think of like the Yuzan Vong from Star Wars, but not as fucking lame. Coming out of lurk mode to remind everyone that hydration and consent are important. A bunch of stuff from Alien and Aliens 2. Oh man, that museum has to be badass. Steal a Rebel, you've seen Galaxy Quest, right? We watched it in our movie night just a couple of months ago. Yeah, Saris, his whole costume is fucking awesome. Like, Saris is a better bad guy than a comedy movie generally gets. Like, everything about Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's a fan-fucking-tastic movie. Oh my god, you have... Steal a Rebel. Steal a Rebel. How can you be a Star Trek fan and have not seen Galaxy Quest? Galaxy Quest is the best Star Trek movie. It's better than Wrath of Khan. Like, of all the Star Trek movies, Galaxy Quest is the best of them, and this is widely agreed upon by most Star Trek fans. If it's not the best, it's in the top 3. You need to watch this movie. I will often say things like, hey, you should watch this movie. This is something you should do. You need to watch this movie. Top 3. Absolutely, Trotsky. I think that's a fair thing to agree on. I'd have that argument. Shock 21, I love Wrath of Khan. I really, really do. I kind of enjoy watching Galaxy Quest more. Yeah, that's fair. By Grapthar's hammer, you shall be avenged. Okay, Datron. Okay, fine. I won't. I'll withdraw my claim. It's not better than Wrath of Khan, but it's in the top 3. You'd have a hard time arguing with that one. Have you seen The Orville? Yeah, I love The Orville. I actually really, really, really enjoyed The Orville when it was on. It has some weak episodes, but it has some real winners too. I thought the character of Isaac was absolutely amazing. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Yeah, that's the thing also for Got It Wrong. A lot of Star Trek movies kind of suck. All the odd-numbered ones are pretty terrible. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Getting some of those Kellhounds painted up, it looks like, with our red and black scheme. That Wolverine is looking awful slick. I love the use of the coppery, really rich coppery gold metallics that you have on the weapons there. And we get to see these bases actually getting some action. That Thunderbolt, man, so chonky. Well, it's a nice, smooth looking red and black you got there, Amateur Paint Hour. Really well done. And yeah, it's got Sigourney Weaver. I mean, really, Steela, like... Steela Rebel. Please watch Galaxy Quest as soon as you are able, because I want to talk to you about it. Very much so. It's an amazing movie. And as a Star Trek fan, it will speak to you. It's like a meta Star Trek movie. Like, it's not just about Star Trek the show. It's about Star Trek overall. It's about the fandom. It's about the history of it. It's about the conventions. It's about the making of the show. It's about the actual tropes in the show itself. It's incredible. I love Galaxy Quest. Hoping you can help me new to the 3D printing and airbrush painting hobby. Find myself having to wait a long time between spraying coats on the figure I 3D printed. Is there a way to seal or dry the paint faster so I can keep painting the model using Vallejo acrylic paint and airbrush thin coats? Hellspawn, how long are you having to wait? I'm wondering. Because you shouldn't need to wait that long. Hang on 1 second, folks. I need to be right back. Like hours. Yeah, something's going wrong there. Hang on a second, Hellspawn. I'll be right back, and we'll see if we can't figure that out for you. Sorry for the delay there, folks. Yeah. Oh, it looks like people have been asking a lot of the questions that I was going to ask of Hellspawn there. Yes, paint is a nice milky thickness, not too thin, not too thick. An hour is abnormal. Acrylic paint should be like dry to the touch within a few minutes and pretty well cured inside of 20 to 30. That's, peels off easily and leaves fingerprints. Okay, here's a question. Maybe somebody's already asked this. Are you priming your minis? And if so, with what? Okay, you are priming them. You're 3D printing them yourself. You're letting them cure. You're priming them using Vallejo primer. Okay. And then you're hitting them with paint through an airbrush, and then it's taking upwards of an hour to dry. That's mysterious. Hellspawn, I'm gonna suggest something. I don't know if you're a member of the Thunderhead Studio Discord yet, but and I know this sounds very self-serving as I say it. I'm like, hey, join my Discord. But in all seriousness, pop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord because people are going to be able to get more in-depth on this problem over there. Yeah, did you anger an old gypsy? People will be able to get more in-depth on this problem. We should be able to help you work it out because something there is wrong. And I can't quite tell you what it is right now. I don't want to take a bunch of time and not get through the storm report dealing with it, but I know that we can help you figure something out. There is a channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord called Questions and Answers, I believe. I should probably know because I made it. Go in there and post this information, and we'll see if we can't help you get that worked out. Because, yeah, that's odd. That should not, in fact, be the case. We'll help you get it worked out. Amateur Paint Hour, these are some lovely, lovely looking mechs you've got here. I do like the new Wolverine. I'm not like a huge fan of the new Thunderbolt, but oh man, the new Wolverine just works so damn well, doesn't it? That is such a nice, smooth, clean, delicious red. Well done, Amateur Paint Hour. Slightly better picks we have here. Here's the finished Lance for a weekend project. Entirely happy with how they look. Seems a good time to effort ratio for the result. As always, curious for your honest opinion. Been super helpful in the past when improving. So, yeah, over here, this looks like you've spent more time finishing. We've got edge highlighting on the black. Really helps the details and the panel lines pop out. I really kind of like, I wouldn't, if you just told me you were doing this with a light gray for the cockpit glass, I would tell you that's not going to look good. I'd be wrong, because I actually kind of like it looking at it. I like how you've gone with black for the cockpit struts, and then that little bit of light gray for the cockpit glass. New Wolverine needs a retro head. You know what you can do, Datron Voltari? I'm sure you've seen it. My retro Wolverine, my unseen Wolverine, it's available. It's pretty cool. Oh man. Somebody printed out a bunch of those the other day and posted them on the Facebook, and I was just like, oh. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Steeler Rebel. Highlighting red can be tricky. And a lot of the time, the highlights just wind up being pink or really, really orange. And you went with a nice dark red for your base tone and then true red, it looks like, for your highlights. I think that was a damn good move. If I had to criticize this, because you're looking for places to improve, if I had to criticize this, I would say that your edge highlights are a bit chunky. They detract a little bit from the shape of the edges that you're trying to outline, just because they're a little chunky and they have a little variance to them. I don't know how you're applying them. My first tip would be, and you may already be doing this, my first tip would be to use the edge of your brush when you're applying edge highlights. Now, the edges on these models can be a little soft, and that can be a little tricky to do, but you're going to have a nice load of paint on your brush, wipe out a lot of it, make sure it's got a good twist to it, and then come along and just wipe the edge of your brush along. So you got, this is the edge of the panel right here, my knuckles. and your brush is just going alongside it like that with the tip not touching it. Another thing you can do if you're winding up, if you can't do that and you're winding up with chunky highlights like this too, don't be afraid to come back in with your base color. Come back in with black towards the center of the panel and just clean the highlights up a little bit. Just, thin them out by painting out towards the edge, but use your base color to do it. I think that if you were to focus on cleaner edge highlights, you've got a lot of the principles down right now. And like I'm saying, this looks fantastic, but if you're looking for something to improve on this, improving your edge highlights, either applying them more narrowly or cleaning them up a little bit more. Another thing that you can do is, particularly with black, is do one brighter edge highlight, but only hit a few tiny spots with it. Like, see how you got gray along the whole edge? Then come back in with a lighter gray and do like just right here. Just the corners. Focus on the corners. Wherever two lines meet, focus on that. And if you want to do a third, come in with a white and just dot the corner. Just dot it. It does really, really well for black. Play and win, thank you for the reminder. I got another beer. Oh, how you doing, Play and win? It's good to see you, man. Red and yellow are easy for you to highlight, and you hate blue and green. That is weird, because red and yellow are, most people regard as some of the hardest colors to paint. You might be a little strange, Ion Raptor. I don't know. Yeah, orange, it depends on the look you want. You can take red in a lot of different directions. Coming down. Here we have from Darkheart. A friend gave me these. Ooh, looks like some classic Dark Angels. You're really racking up a collection of some classic figures, Darkheart. I'm almost a little bit jealous. I don't have that many of my old Space Marines left over anymore. You know, you move a lot, you have garage sales, and over time, models get lost, models get sold, models get moved along. Keep some of the first models you paint. Everyone out there. Many of you may be too far along for this to be possible, or maybe you did this already and you're just smart. If you are new to model painting, please do me and yourself a favor. Save the first models that you paint, no matter what you do, no matter how many times you're like, I'm done with this army, I need to sell it, no matter how many times you clear off the shelf of shame, no matter how many times you move and you need to clear things out or things get lost, hold on to the first handful of models that you paint, because if you keep up in this hobby, if you keep working, if you keep improving, if you enjoy it, eventually you're gonna want to look back on them. You're gonna want to have them. I don't have the very first models that I painted anymore. They're long gone. But I do have some of the first that I painted. They're not from absolutely the first batch, but they're very, very close, and I treasure them. So for your own sake, please hold on to the first models that you paint, everybody. There's some nice looking Dark Angels, though. Classic tabletop quality. You can put these on the table right now, play with them, have a damn good time. Good acquisition, Darkheart. Need to get cloaks on them so they can be used for Cypher Fallen Dark Angels. Oh, for Cypher's unit, the Fallen. Yeah, okay, I see it. Here we have Chaotic Harmony sharing with us. Oh, he's a cute pupper. He's a cute pupper. He's got the wild bangs going on. This is the pupper that distracts Chaotic Harmony when he's streaming. Rangonius hasn't even started yet, but we'll be sure to keep the first few. Hell yeah, Rangonius. But you're gonna start, huh? What are you planning on, Rangonius? What are the first models you intend to paint? That's my question to you. Thank you for sharing the puppo tax with us today, Chaotic Harmony. Makes up for some of the natural toxicity that you bring. Here we have from POV42, paint supply finally outgrew my old tackle box. I was keeping them in, so I continued my vintage storage solutions aesthetic with this very nice antique sewing box, properly lined with contact paper. Surprisingly space efficient and looks darn good, in my opinion. That is actually pretty slick.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
We have such an advanced sense of humor around here, you guys. You might not get it. And, you know, if you're hanging around the stream and our sense of humor is beyond you, which, with jokes like that, it probably is, just give it time. You know, you'll pick it up eventually. Yes, anyway, first ones will be for D&D when we can start playing again. That's a good place to start, Rangonius. There are a lot of model options. If you need any tips, feel free to ask, and I'll tell you when you do start painting, please share it with us. I'd absolutely love to see the first models that you paint. This is a very slick storage solution. This is very, very cool. And it looks like you actually have enough vertical space to fit your bottles in there. It looks like you might even have them too deep, because these are taller snap top bottles, and then you've got like some screw top bottles slipping into some cardboard right here. This is nice. Antique storage solutions for modern problems. Very nice POV. Got some milliput in there. You got some flocking in there. You got some ballast sand. Damn, I'm a little jealous, if I'm being honest. Like, I would love a classic sewing box like that. There's one thing that we haven't found out here is any nice sewing boxes, though it is something I try to keep an eye out for. Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing that with us today, POV. Yeah, I was going to say, too, I spotted some, looks like we've got a little bit of Rainy River Designs paint right here, which I'm going to be using again next time we're painting with acrylics. Guys, if you're ever curious about Rainy River Designs paint, you can go ahead and hit either !merch or !Rainy River right here in chat, and you will get a link to where you can find some of the amazing paints being made by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd. Coming down here, we have from NB Toby, the 9th Lyran Regulars Combined Arms Company work in progress in various states of doneness, which I don't think is a word, but I know what you mean, so I'm just going to roll with it. Almost ready to start hunting some pirates. This is... oh shit, who made this file? He makes a lot of files that he posts over to Battletech International 3D Printing, and he does a fantastic job. It's really well scaled. A lot of 3D printed tanks in here. Looks like we got some of those real basic FDM Scorpions. Looks like we got some Bulldogs. This is a nice combined arms company. We got a Mauler back here. Is this Kursala's Orion that I'm seeing? It looks like it is, with the reshaped cockpit glass on there. And then we got some of the new CGL. We got the new CGL Archer, Warhammer, Catapult, Phoenix Hawk, a couple Commandos, a couple Locusts. This is a damn fine looking force. We even got infantry in there. Very, very nice. Smite, thank you so much for going. Yeah, it really does. I think this is Kursala's. I think this is yours. Oof, that is a nice looking force, NB Toby. Damn, almost ready to start hunting some pirates. Yeah, honestly, like, the only ones I can tell aren't done are, like, I guess this one chopper here, only because its blades are a different color. I guess this one and this one, unless these are done and these aren't. And then the Phoenix Hawk. But get some good basing on this, dude. You have a very cohesive force. Very cohesive force. Well done. Oh yeah, that's Polygon Masterworks' Wolfhound back here, isn't it? Oof. Battlemax. Still needs plenty of work. Oh, here. I guess I could have scrolled down a little bit, huh, Kursala? I guess I could have, because that's definitely yours, man. I really do like the cockpit rework you did on this. Like, so many things about this model were right, but it just wasn't quite there, and now it very much is. I love the Orion. It's so ugly. It's... I know it's not a nice thing to say when I'm complimenting a sculpt that a friend of mine did, but it's just so ugly. Am I wrong? I always think of, what is it, Paul Rudd's daughter, Cassie Lang in Ant-Man, when he comes to her birthday and he brings her that horrible stuffed animal, that like hideous stuffed bear, and her face just lights up. She's like, it's so ugly, I love it. That's what I get from the Orion. Like, it's a malformed, misshapen, asymmetric, fucking refrigerator, and I just love everything about it. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. It's this fine line. There's ugly, like, ugh, I don't want to look at that, and then there's ugly in like a charming way. And the Orion to me is ugly in a charming way, with a face only a mother can love. Really fantastically done. And yeah, please do NB Toby. I'd love to see that bad boy finished. Here we have From Play and Win. Oh, fuck yeah. Still working on that MCP. Time for a favorite character of mine, Spider-Man. Everybody's favorite character is Spider-Man. Who doesn't like Spider-Man? I'm just saying. Like, I can count the number of people in my life that don't like Spider-Man on one hand and have fingers left over.
And sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things, and more.
And more. See? There you go. White Wolf right there. That's one of them. One. Oh, I think this one turned out pretty well, actually. I was all concerned about the webbing, but between the contrast and a wash, didn't have to hand-line the webbing, which was a relief. The seams were really bad on this model, probably the worst of the core box, honestly. Had to carefully line the eyes, which has mixed results at best. Overall, I like it. Plus, I've gotten a few games in with the model now. He's a monster at displacing the opponent. Surprisingly tanky with his... Yeah, Spider-Man's just good. Spider-Man's just good in MCP. Chef Tig, I'm not doing any MCP right now, but I've got a good amount of it painted. Yeah, Play and Win has been digging into it lately and has been doing just a fantastic job with the models. Also, Chef Tig, if you are looking for a streamer who is painting Marvel Crisis Protocol, go give a follow to Wandering XP. He's not streaming right now. He can't. He's going to start up again in the near future, but he is doing YouTube videos and he is painting MCP. Excuse me. So please do give him a follow. Check out his YouTube channel. Got a few games in with the model now. He's a monster displacing the opponent. Surprisingly tanky with his defensive rerolls. He isn't known for his damage output, but he did manage to absolutely beat the stuffing out of MODOK. I look forward to the amazing Spider-Man version of him. You talking about my MODOK? Play and Win? My MODOK who utterly failed on 2 of his Psychic Blast rolls, even with rerolls. My MODOK who rolled straight up failures on like 3 of 6 attack dice on an attack that Spider-Man could only roll 2 dice in defense of. Is that the MODOK you're talking about? Yeah, I thought it might be. Son of a bitch. God damn it. That was bullshit and you know it. Might be a little salty. Anyway, let's take a look at the paint job. Ooh, this came out nice. Hell yeah, man. That's a nice vivid red. I like how you went with a deep dark blue. Kind of reminds me of the, what's he called? The Todd McFarlane version of Spider-Man. He always did his blues as like almost black blue. Like it would be black and just blue highlights on the black. And that's always been kind of my favorite version of Spider-Man. I see you did the proper red spider on his back. Nicely done. His basing is always a little bit awkward to me, because it's like, you could be standing on the ground, but instead you're choosing to stick to this thing that's barely off the ground. But he's Spider-Man. He's Spider-Man, I give him a pass. Really nice job, Play and Win. Hell yeah, dude, you show progress every single time. Every single time you paint a new mini and share it, you show progress. So please continue to share your MCP journey with us. And also, I'm gonna fucking destroy you with MODOK next time. I just want you to know that. Just as long as you're aware of it. So you're not surprised when it happens.
Imbecile! All the world is a weapon to MODOK!
Anyway, here we have from Lore Friendly. Hey, look, another pair almost done. Just need to dry brush the base when it's dry. Clean up the rim and add the unit code freehand, then varnish. Get yourself some decals, man. What are you doing? You know that there are like simple number decals available from a lot of places, but hey, you want to freehand it, I am not gonna argue with you. It's damn good practice. There's a nice clean white you're getting out of these lately. Now, I like this white because it's not really white. I'm a little curious what your base color here is. It's a cool white. A very, very cool white gray. It's like ghost gray, or something like that, or like a snow shadow from Reaper. And then you're highlighting the edges with white, and this is an incredibly effective technique for painting white. It's something that I want more people to note. When you're trying to paint something white, don't paint it white. Paint it gray, and then highlight it white. Almost nothing in reality is white. Almost nothing in reality is black. Almost nothing in reality is white. And I don't mean that philosophically. I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean that literally. You don't see those colors. They don't exist. And you're going to sell white visually more by painting it gray and then highlighting it white. Also, really nice job on the cockpit glass on the Marauder. That stands out to me, man. The orange in tandem with white works really well. Here, some people don't really like decals. Is there a reason? Everybody has their preferences, I suppose. Water slides can be tricky to deal with. Yeah, like, I guess they can be tricky, but like for the effect that you get, they're not that tricky. You get yourself some micro set and some micro sol. You get yourself some gloss varnish that you can brush on, and decals are like, you know, paint all your minis that you want to put decals on, and then sit down for an hour and do some decal application, and it's just bam, 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 you're done. As long as you're doing it with the right process. If you're not doing it with the right chemicals, if you're not doing it in the right order, if you're not doing it methodically, it can be a pain in the ass. But if you, it's not even like one of those, oh, there are some secret tricks you could know. This is all very well documented. You look up how to do water slide decals, and it's like, get yourself some microsol, get yourself some microset, get yourself some gloss varnish, get yourself some you know, squeeze release tweezers and a hobby blade, and just go to it. The trick with decals is doing weathering and some shading after you put... Yeah, you do... Okay, if you're going to do weathering over top of them, that's something you do need to bear in mind. You want to do decals before you do any weathering. But I mean, that feels like common sense. I don't know. If there's a contingent of people out there who are really against decals, I'm not familiar with them. Here we have Chris from Mellow Minis. Ooh, we got some more work done on that Cannon Ogre. Love the work you've done on the skull down here. It's so simple, but it has so much character to it. The rope all painted up. We went with like a brass for the handle here. We got these bracers all finished with the nasty fucking spikes on them. Really nice skin tones and really good shading. I love the fact that we've got a shadow underneath the bulging vein on the bicep, but then we got a little bit more flesh highlight underneath so you can really see it stand out. Oof. Really, yeah, this is a great sculpt, Mellow Minis, and you did a fantastic job on it. Particularly the flesh tones and highlights are very well done. The blue bandana, yeah, I was telling him last time, like, hey, take that blue and repeat it a few more places, but regardless, the little splash of blue right at the top, it's weird, the first two things you look at on a model tend to be the head and the feet, so you kind of want to do something with both of those. But yeah, the splash of blue at the top. Of course, Steela goes right for the butt. She's like, hey, look, that ogre has a nice butt. God, why do I even let you in my chat? I don't know. I don't know what to do with you guys. I just don't know at all. Quick and dirty paint job on Black Widow. She's largely a point filler in my roster, but she's a good objective holder for being such a stealthy character. Bright yellow and red contrast a whole lot with her black suit. You're not wrong. I don't know if you've seen Play and Win. I don't know if you've seen the last Black Widow that I painted. If you haven't, you probably have. But if you haven't, pop onto my Instagram and take a look at it, because that was my exact problem with the character, and I toned it down a fair amount. Rumors that the Widow movie is going to release soon, but I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, it got pushed back to July. That did happen very recently. I'll tell you, though, the nice, vivid colors you got here really do the model justice. Yellow and red are both very tricky, particularly if you're doing red hair. Looks like you got a nice, kind of like a sheen line going on there. This came out nice. Yeah, no, that's a wonderful color. Yellow is always very tricky, but you've actually nailed it pretty well here. I think that the last Black Widow I painted was probably the best job I've ever done on human hair. Hair is kind of counterintuitive. Like, it has a shine to it, but it's a very particular level of sheen. And you can overdo it very easily. Yeah, the shiny effect I think works really, really well, particularly for this figure. Nicely done. I haven't had the opportunity yet, Steela. We'll find out soon enough. Oof, play and win. Really, really nice job, man. Here we have from Jungle Plague. That's right, he wanted to share this. This is really well done. We commented a little bit on this in the Everything Battletech server when you were showing this off, Jungle Plague. Particularly what I like on this model are the glow effects that you've achieved. Went straight for white. Went straight for white with the spotlight. And then we've got a little bit of it catching the top surface of the armor panel here. You can see it very, very bright and then fading a little bit as it gets further out. It's very simple, it's very subtle, and yet it makes your eyes see a white light as opposed to just a white spot. And then here, excuse me, we have this little bit of green glow from the cockpit, and that's being, we got a little bit of OSL right here on the chest. That's really well done. Yeah, I know, right, White Wolf? Like, you look at it and you're just like, that looks like it's lit up, and then you realize, oh, that's just paint. This is lovely. Just and it's like the rest of the paint job is all, it's fairly simple, but it's well done. None of it's distracting. A little bit of that burnt effect at the end of the weapons and at the front of the launcher, but then these two little areas where you just went above and beyond and did a little bit extra, they help to sell the realism of the whole mini so wonderfully. Yeah, the soot is lovely. Jungle Plague. Absolutely fantastic. I want you to share more, man. Like, a Jungle Plague is a really, really cool dude. He's one of the people that gets really enthusiastic about my classic Dugram sculpts, which automatically makes me like him. But I want you to share more, man. I want you to paint more minis. I want you to put more in the Storm Report. I'm gonna bug you about it. Because this, really, dude, fucking fantastic job on this Warhammer. Coming down. Here we have from Kursala. Here we have the first test prints of the next tank. It needs the cannon, which I have to make / mount, but otherwise this is a close approximation of how it's going to look. Test prints are important. He does have a little bit of a face on him, doesn't he? Look, he's like, there's a little mouth here. He's got eyes, like right here. He looks almost embarrassed. Oh, he's adorable. Good detailing on this, though. I feel like you've gone full Cybran Knight here in the fact that you've even bothered to model the axles underneath it. I guess this means you could take this tank and flip it over and use it like as a piece of terrain or work it into some rubble or something like that. But every time I see this, I'm just like, you didn't need to put axles. Like, nobody's ever gonna see them. But I applaud your attention to detail, Kursala, as always. It's so cute without the gun, right? It's like a little tractor. Roller skates for your Atlas. There you go. Since we're talking about cargo space and other uses, here's a quick wireframe shot of the cab with a few Scalesby models. No furniture, we can squeeze 6 people into it, plus the driver. That's a tight fit. That's a real tight fit. This is like Humvee levels of armor plating at this point. But technically, yes, you could stuff that many people into it. Okay, fair enough. Like armored tractor, though. It makes me want a real one, right? Like, I'd drive that around. That sounds badass. Here we have from Hamburg Tack just some of the models I had lying around that I recently finished up. Ooh. First Free Worlds Guard. This seeing these like Plastech Alpha Strike models getting painted up actually gives me just a little swell of nostalgia, because this is where I got back into BattleTech when I did, just before the big Kickstarter happened. I started picking up a bunch of these Alpha Strike boxes and just getting back into the game after many years of absence. Like, I had been wargaming for several years prior to that, but I hadn't touched BattleTech since like the late 90s. I actually really like some of the sculpts they had in here. I think the Banshee sculpt actually is pretty solid. I don't even hate the Orion sculpt. It's mostly the posing that they did, but they did that because they had to flat cast them. Probably the best of the plastics, yeah. Like the Spider in particular. In fact, the first mech that I painted when I came back... I'll take some pictures and share him, but it was one of those spiders. That very one. I cut him to pieces and I reposed him, and I painted him like Gypsy Danger, and that started my 3D printing journey after that. I was like, you know what, I bet I could do some stuff with that printer. Lovely looking First Free Worlds guard. Nice, deep, stark panel lining. Really, really well done, Hamburg, and thank you for sharing that. Yeah, very clean white. I dig it. Here we have from Shock21 a close-up of his Shadow Cat, featuring Rainy River Designs products on the flock in excellent shades of yellow, sunshine. On this, I learned that spray glue does not give the desired results when doing basing. No, Shock21. Use thick glue when you're applying the basing to the base, and then once it's dried, spray a little glue over top of it. That can work, because that'll just sort of seal it down. But yeah, you want to use some full thickness or lightly thinned glue. It really is a very, very vivid yellow. I think Kursala has been doing a pretty fantastic job with his paints. I actually received a sample box of some of the newer ones. I got Rainy River Designs Ruby. Like, the only reason I didn't talk about these, by the way, today, Kursala, is because we were doing oil paints. But yeah, we'll be busting out some of these Rainy River Designs paints for our next acrylic painting stream and talking some more about them. I think that so far Kursala has been doing a fantastic job with these formulations. And again, if you're ever curious about getting some Rainy River Designs paints of your own, we have two commands right here in chat. They'll link you over there to take a look at what's available. Hit ! Rainy River or ! Merch. Either one will take you to the right place. Oh man, those colors. I like it. The dark gray, the kind of bone white, and then the bright, vivid colors depending on the mech. I think it looks particularly good on the Vulture over here. I mean, you know, they're all filthy clan mechs, which makes them automatically terrible, but if they're gonna be clan mechs, at least they're well-painted clan mechs. Nicely done, Shock21. Here we go from Airflex. I built the Barbados Lupus Rex in less than 3 hours. Barbados is a pretty bad I always love the... What is this called? If they name it in the anime, I haven't gotten deep enough into the anime for them to name it. It's just like a big, horrible spear club projector thing. Beat stick, as far... Yeah, I mean, that's what he uses it for, Sumitha. I'm just wondering if they ever gave it a name. Or is it, yeah, like Ion Raptor says, I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes a man's life. It's pretty badass, though. Nice build. Hey! One of those. I like how the follow-up is just a thumbs up. Just a thumbs up for the Gundam. Well built. Nicely done, Airflex. That's some pretty good build time, I gotta say. According to the wiki, it is ultra-large mace. Okay, I guess I just assumed that the writers had gone a little bit deeper than that, but I guess, you know, they say that when you assume, you make an ass out of something or other. I don't remember the rest of the saying. It's a very complex saying. Here we have from Thick Mike. He has been getting back into doing some Battletech. It is a delight to see his painting skills being applied to some mechs. Oh my god, Thick Mike really is a great painter. I love the little splash of green we have in the middle there. Like, if you really imagine this paint job here without that green, it's not just that, I don't want to say like the paint job would be boring without it. It's that the green helps you see the rest of the figure by standing out as a focal point the way that it does. That and like a little bit of yellow back here on the decal. Really, really realistic weathering between the dirt on the feet, the soot on the weapons, the little bits of paint worn off on the edges. I love the way that Thick Mike has worn off the paint on the outer edges, but left the paint on the inner edges, because logically you wouldn't get as much wear on the top center torso of a mostly flat mech. Oof. Wonderfully done. Oh, we got some more. We got some more in an almost Space Wolf scheme. Oh my god. Oh, I can't remember the name of this mech. Somebody help me out. It's right on the tip of my brain. It's a hideous LRM machine. That's the Archer? Okay, yeah, I was thinking that might be it. The Project Phoenix one. That's... yeah. Project Phoenix. Oh, they're rockets too? It really just shows you how much attention I paid to the Project Phoenix stuff. So many of the designs are so fucking derpy, but there are a couple of winners in there. These tanks look particularly nice too. And you got this is a Halopolis down here, yeah? That big old cannon right there on his shoulder. Big Nose. Yeah, let's go with Cat's name. That's a Hollander 2? Oh, okay. If it's not 3025, I'll probably name it wrong. It's a Space Hawk. Something, conceivably. I don't know. The weathering on these, holy shit, Thick Mike. Halopolis doesn't have an arm. Oh, yeah, I guess I wasn't really looking over here, but you're right. Seriously, though. Thick Mike, the weathering that you have begun to achieve on these is absolutely fantastic. Oof. What are you gonna... Is the basing done, or are you planning to add some more color here? Because it looks like we've got mostly the base coat, your highlights, and then your weathering done. I have to imagine that we're going to have some cockpit glass color popping in here and there on these, and then probably some more basing. But, whew, so smooth. So unbelievably smooth. Oh, man. Yeah, you really got it back, huh? You've been digging in. That's fucking fantastic. Dude, there's this pressure. This weird pressure that we impose on ourselves as painters, particularly as streamers. It only gets worse when you start streaming. And for some of you, this may not be true, but for those of you who feel it, like, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. This, I gotta keep painting, I gotta keep painting, I gotta keep, oh no. And when we lose our inspiration, when we lose that drive, when something happens, life takes a turn, something just robs us of that creative spark, even temporarily, we dump on ourselves. You find people saying things like, I gotta start painting again, oh, I got so much stuff that I gotta start painting again, and it's just, I don't think it's healthy. It should never be an obligation. It should never be something that you're forcing yourself to do. I find, and I know I've told you this before, I find that when I reach that point and I start forcing myself to do it, I start thinking about it as an obligation. I want to paint less. It stops being fun. It becomes an obligation. It becomes a stress factor, and it starts to breed anxiety, and that anxiety drives my creativity down deeper and deeper and deeper into the pit. And this sounds simple, but I know it's not. But I just want to tell everybody out there, if you're experiencing that right now, just don't do it. Just let it be. Just relax. Just relax. Because if it's not fun, if it's an obligation, you're not gonna do your best work. And even if you force yourself through the work, I mean, and this doesn't apply to everybody. For some people, it's like, I gotta force myself to do it, and once I've done it, then I'll have the motivation back. And if you know that about yourself, then that's fine. Do that. But for those of you who struggle with it, do something else. Just do anything else. Do what you want to do, and just relax, because the less anxious you feel about it, the more relaxed you are, the less you feel like it's an obligation, the sooner that spark is going to come back. It's going to be fun again. You're going to be inspired again. You're going to want to work some more. You're going to hit another one of those weeks that's just amazing, where you're like, oh my god, I want to paint, and you sit down and you do it and you get shit done. You know those weeks. Those weeks are great. Those months are great. Make you feel powerful. They make you feel like a fucking artist. And if you want those times, if you want to seek those out, if you want to cultivate those, You can't be building stress artificially inside yourself. You have to just let it go. It's okay. Just relax. Yeah, I'll do that too, Don's Virgo. Just work on something else. If you feel like painting, but not the thing you feel like you should be painting, fuck what you should be painting. Go paint something else. Paint something that inspires you right now. Because that other thing, it'll inspire you again. Just not right now. Just don't force yourself through it if you don't have to, is all I'm saying. And I just mentioned this because I know that Thick Mike has gone through some of these periods, and as the thing is, when he feels like painting, his work is amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, do like Stila and paint some titties. There you go. Thank you for raising the level of discourse in chat, Stila. I really appreciate that. Here we have from Cybran Knight. This week started strong for making progress on things, but the day job wouldn't have any of it. So instead, enjoy this little Ezo art doll by a friend of mine with parts I printed but didn't design. Those antlers took about 16 hours. Well, this is a funny little thing. It's like a little, like a Mogwai Ewok forest spirit. Huh. He's got like some little herbs gathered here, and a little bottle with some more herbs in it, and a little pouch. Huh. I have no idea what this is, but I'm like a little curious. Oh, he's got little nose holes in his mask too. I didn't even notice those at first. I like how the bottom of the mask is sort of almost crenellated, like as if he's wearing a skull mask. This is fucking silly. Yeah, look, he wants to give you a hug too. Oh, this is adorable. There you go. If you can't paint, make an Ezo. Or help your friend make an Ezo. Do whatever you gotta do. Oh, Cyber Knight, thank you for sharing that with us, man. You going on tonight, Stila? Not tomorrow? Okay, cool. Here we have from Hethra. Didn't paint anything this week, but I did buy a new car, so that was a project. Ooh. Ooh. Well, that's something. Oh, man. I got a bunch of vehicle maintenance I need to do now that spring is kicking up. I'll tell you what. We got to get you in that car over here, Hethrir. I'm hoping we can do end of this month. I know that you need to get out of the house a little bit, and I'm gonna try to have my I'll easily have my Eternus Continuum forces ready. I'll try to get some more terrain done. But yeah, man, let's get you over here and let's play some Warcaster, man. So what's up, Chaotic Harmony? How you doing, man? Chaotic Harmony, I love when you pop into chat, man. I know that you're not. You know, you got other stuff going on. You usually pop in towards the end. But you're a good fucking dude, man. I'm always glad to see you in chat. How you doing? Yeah, Cadix here. Now the stream can start, right? Got my first vaccine shot scheduled for the 2nd. Oh, got your first and scheduled for the 2nd. Okay, just in time for the flight to San Antonio in May. Greg, so glad to hear that, dude. Give yourself a few days.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Just give yourself a few days after that second one, man. Because I'm still feeling the effects from it almost a week later, and I feel like I got probably one of the worst reactions I've heard of to it, but just know that it can happen. Ugh! Knocks your socks clean off. Oh, that's a nice looking little vehicle you got there, Hethrir. Glad that you managed to get that worked out, and yeah, I'd love to see it in person here real soon, like, huh? Yeah, let's make that happen. Here we have from Ion Raptor. On Monday, I began work on updating my Bane model for inclusion into the Community Asset Bundle, and from there, the various HBS Battletech mods. Just the arms for now, but the rest will soon follow. Also mark the start of my contest to win a 3D printed version of this mech. Further info on that can be found out on any of my sub-channels, the Discord servers I'm in. We'll also be sending Thunderhead a copy of it, because damn, do I want to see him paint it. We will have to make that happen for you, Ion Raptor. Also, Also, Steel Warrior Studios is going to be sponsoring Ion Raptor's giveaway. We should have more details for that in the near future as we get closer to it actually happening. But yes, Ion Raptor, we're going to be able to provide you with a number of Steel Warrior Studios. Why can't I think of the word? Credit. Not credit cards. That's a completely different thing. You know, store credit. These are the words I'm trying to say. But yeah, you'll be able to win some mechs, you'll be able to win some Steel Warrior Studios credit, and you'll get to hang out with Ion Raptor himself. And what could be more than that? Gonna be Ion's Thunderskunk. God damn, fucking Thunderskunk. Can't we just let that die? That's a neat looking Bane, I gotta say. I love what you did with the head on it in particular. It's so, like, Zaku inspired. I really dig that, man. Ion Raptor does amazing things with fairly simple CAD tools, just going to prove that, man, it's not the tools, it's the artist. Fantastic work, Ion Raptor, and please keep us posted on details for that as it gets closer. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner. Greg, you've been painting some Tau, have you, buddy? Nice. I like the unit bases. That's a nice touch. Really nice work on the contrast between the colors and the basing. We've got that sort of ochre orange on the undersuits, and then repeated in the sort of fall colors that we have on the bases, and then this really vivid lime green. Ooh, this is a wonderful study in color contrast. So much contrast in the green, going from nearly black out to lime green. Damn, that's striking. Value and color contrast. What materials did you use for the basing on these? Oof. I love this. Welcome back, Kevin Kitsune. Working on some Tau, trying to get the whole start collecting finished before Cursed City on Saturday. Don't you love when you're rushed? Oh yeah, no, I definitely work best under pressure, which is to say, not at all. Batch paint job is one of the best you've done in months. Oh, don't you love when you're rushed? Batch paint job is one of the best you've done in months. That has happened to me a few times, and I always feel a little bit silly. But, hey, whatever results are results. Also, a lot to be said for painting relaxed and not caring about the end result rather than stress, trying to do an amazing job. This plays right into what I was saying, and this is something that I absolutely feel like I have this tendency when I start painting things to be like, I have to push myself. This paint job has to be amazing. And you know what? It just doesn't. And somehow, Greg, I think you and I both know this. We remind each other of it, period. Coconut fiber. That makes sense now that I look at it. I think we remind each other of this a lot. Like, if you just relax and don't worry so much about the end result, you're gonna paint it better anyway. Like, the end result is gonna be better anyway if you're not stressing about every little detail. Most of those little details you stress about, nobody's ever gonna notice anyway. Greg, I miss getting to hang out with you at the fucking game store, man. I miss it. Toes will be looked at. The feet are fairly large, just longer than they are wide. Oh yeah, on the Bane. Greg, thank you for sharing that with us. And yeah, definitely some inspiration for it doesn't have to be complicated to be good. It does not have to be complicated to be good, guys. Darkheart got a care package from Hamburg Tack. Ooh, bunch of bits? Ain't that exciting. Lots of chaosy parts, huh? I'm going to be sending, by the way, a package out to Darkheart. I got enough paints donated for Thunderhead's home for Wayward Paints to get the first of our Wayward Paints starter kits put together. I got a Game Envy brush with them, some end nippers. I'm throwing in a couple of Chaos bits myself. That's a full Soul Grinder. Oh shit, it is, really? Okay. Damn. That's a hell of a care package. Really fucking awesome, Hamburg Tack. Thanks for doing that. We'll get you some more bits. And you'll have all the chaos you can handle for a while, Darkheart. Here from Shadow Fox, an old build from 2017, but my first damaged kit. Oof, that Zaku. I like the bullet holes. Little bits of scrapes on here. Now, hold on. Your first damaged kit, as in the first kit you built that has battle damage built into it? Is that what we're talking about here? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, because you say first damaged kit, I was like, did someone give you a kit that was broken and you made the best of it, or is it that the kit itself is meant to reflect battle damage? None of the kits have battle damage included. Okay, so it was a clean kit and then you added battle. I apologize for my ignorance. So you did the weathering yourself, Shadow Fox? Because I like the bullet hole in the chest in particular. Oh, nice. Okay, so all this is... I was wondering, because it looks so clean, there's like a chance that it could have been done this way on purpose. I don't mean clean as in like, oh, it looks so clean despite trying to look damaged. I mean that the damage looks so natural. The scrape up here, this one, I like how he's kind of looking to the side. I like the scrapes around the elbow joint here, the couple of bullet holes we have in the chest, a little bit on the knuckles. It's not overdone, which is really, really easy to do when you're doing battle damage. It's easy to go way, way overboard, which can be a look on its own, but I like this more subtle, understated look. This came out wonderfully. Very slick, very natural looking Shadow Fox. Really well done. And yeah, please, always feel free to share your best work in here. The Storm Report is not just for the last thing that you finished doing. It's for anything that you want to share with us, really, at any given time. Going for worn, not totaled. Yeah, I can see that. Like, it's been used. And I mean, anybody who's ever worked in the motor pool will tell you, like, a tank is pristine until the moment that it leaves the motor pool. As soon as it touches the dirt, something's fucked up. And by the time it gets back, you don't even have to be in combat. It's gonna have some issues. Oh, here we have from Kevin Kitsune. Birthday present, I'm painting for my grandniece Reaper Miniatures Avatar of Sokar. I don't know why I was expecting something cuter than this. You say birthday present for grandniece, and I was like, oh, he made her like a My Little Pony or something, and it's like this badass mini pseudo-Egyptian Birdman with face tats. Oh, they got some ideas, Hellspawn? Okay, I'm really, really glad to hear that. I hadn't had a chance to take a look at it myself, obviously, I'm still streaming. But yeah, dude, honestly, like, I know this sounds self-serving, like I'm tooting my own horn, which I'll do from time to time, but the Thunderhead Studio Discord is a shockingly good community. It's astonishingly helpful. There is a huge amount of collected knowledge in the active members there. And even if it weren't like my quote-unquote community, I would still recommend it for painting advice. Here's for you, Hamburg Tech. Almost 18? Okay, yeah, okay. Grandniece threw me off. This is a really cool paint job, though. I like the kind of like weird bird scales on the outside of his hand, but then like the man flesh on the end. It's like, ugh, it's kind of unsettling and weird, but you got a cool transition from the yellow down to the skin tones, and I really like the face tats, the blue that you've done against the yellow and the white. Well, that's fucking cool, and I'm sure she's gonna love it. Really nicely done, Kevin Kitsune. Oh god, excuse me. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster preview. Been lurking during the stream today mainly because I really wanted to reach a specific landmark of Operation Lancaster Day. By the way, Sumatha, I have all your shit done, so here when we get a chance to trade stuffs, you'll have, looks like it needs the sit-down gun. You know I don't like to use the sit-down gun. Shut up, girl. God damn, I love that show. More people in the world need to have seen Danger 5, Roland. More people need to have seen Danger 5. It's an amazing show. But we'll address that at some point. With the first editing pass of Lancaster reaching the end of page 382, that means I've gotten through all of the unique, one-off or custom technical readout articles in the project. No reason to think that everything is absolutely perfect by any means, or ever can or will be. That's smart. But I at least have some modicum of confidence in what's on the page now. Also, just broke past the 415,000 word mark, rather hoping it doesn't go past 420. 420. Because it's the... It's the weed number. It's funny. Okay, yeah, anyway, moving on. Anyway, because that's just, well, I guess we're already past the point of ridiculous. So never mind. Either way, getting closer to being ready to loosen the leash on this whole thing and let it be seen by a bit of a larger group of people to get anyway. To get feedback prior to letting it loose into the wild entirely. So for tonight's submission, I offer the art by Matt Plog depicting the very article I just finished in editing, the Blackwood Templars Mercenaries' own Marauder 2, the 100-ton jumping bipedal monster known as Blackwood. How very creative, I know, but Justicaro6, the creator of the Blackwood Templars, couldn't come up with anything more interesting, so Blackwood, you could have at least pretended that he chose it on purpose. You could have just been like, I don't know. You didn't have to sell them out like that. This machine is piloted by a skilled mech warrior in her own right. I told you I'm a lightweight Kursala. In addition to being the sister of the unit's commander, with the Templars' tactical officer riding shotgun and handling the onboard command console. I don't think I've shown this one before, but if I have, my bad. If you have, I don't give a shit. It's still cool. This is a wonderful picture. And I'd like to say that we don't get enough art of battle mechs with just humans nearby, or in this case, kind of lounging against them, sitting on the toe, checking the map. This chick's over here like, you don't know how to fucking read that map, we're lost. We were going in circles. We passed that tree 6 times. So much texture, so much depth. As always from Plug, this is a fantastic piece of art of a mech design that I don't even like this mech design all that much. And yet because it's Plug that's doing it, he has lent it so much more. Is that all guns? That's a good question. Are these all guns? They look like this is just a bunch of guns. I'd be curious what's on each arm. Yes. Yes, they are. Not gonna think the pilot is shaming the tactical officer that's sitting. Yeah, I mean, that's what this scene says, isn't it? Look at her. She's telling her she doesn't know a goddamn thing. They're lost. That's what this scene is saying to me right here. Though I know this one has been shown before, it features the above machine and is just such a fun depiction. For the Blackwood Templars like to make an entrance, they definitely seem to like a bit of theatrics. Oh yeah, coming down hard. I love the cars flying through the air as the dropship comes to the wipe your feet is... This is wonderful. It's such a small detail, and yet it sells it so much. And yeah, we have the very same Marauder coming down hard right here, hitting the ground like about 100 tons of bricks. Yeah, right? Wipe your feet. It's not even like it's clearly written for the mech jocks. That's not even incidental text for someone going out a man door, because it's a fucking mech-sized door. Look at this dude. I can't tell, but I assume he's flipping the bird with both hands. Like, this one looks like he's definitely flipping the bird. He doesn't give a shit. And homeboy over here coming down with the pick, ready to rock. I can't remember the name of this one, Sumatha. I'm sorry, I know we've seen art of this one before, and I absolutely love his melee weapon design. Help me remember. Oh yeah, notes it right here. Bloodbath. Yeah, I knew it was something like that, but I couldn't remember, and I didn't want to name it wrong, because I've already done that at least once in the stream. And let's face it, we have to, restrict the number of times that we shove our own feet in our mouth. Here we have from Darkheart X9, my first Kit Bash Champion of Chaos. Ooh. He's got the what are the combi bolter? No, multi-bolter. What is the Chaos version of the Storm Bolter called? It was the double bolter that they used on Terminators before the Storm Bolter was invented. And it's something simple, and I can't remember what it is. It's not combi bolter, Vergado, because a combi bolter is a bolter with another weapon attached to it. Like a combi bolter would be a bolter with a plasma gun under it. Wouldn't it? I swear it's something else. But I don't know, I don't have enough information to dispute that it's a combi bolter now. Oh, it's bolter too. So technically that's still correct, because it's a bolter with a bolter on it. That's fucking stupid. That's stupid enough that I'm gonna let it go. It's stupid enough that I'm just going to accept it because it's probably true. Well, very nice kit bash you got going on here. Good use of the wings, and I love this classic axe we've got over here. Nicely done, Darkheart. I gotta tell you, the more I keep glancing over at this Belcher that we were just working on, and the more I do, the more sold I am on everything that we've been doing over the course of today's stream, on this whole oil painting shenanigans. I'm really glad that we did this today, because that first experience was a little messy, and that definitely turned me off of the process, but this one was a lot better. Here we have from Vergaderung, new setup, old mess. After some troubleshooting, one of the RAM sticks turned out to be 38% bad. So for now, I'm down to 8 gigabytes. Ooh, damn. Got this new rig in place, but don't have the USB-C port I need for the stream cam. Spent some time installing stuff, then decided to do a total overhaul of the stream program. I installed OBS Studio and spent 7 hours working on audio, setting up the animated overlays, transitions, chatbox, notifier, and facecam. The new hub with the C port will be here tomorrow, and 40 gigs of RAM is on the way. I've been putting off streams due to several reasons, but now I think I'm going to get back into streaming on the reg. Fuck yes! That is exciting as hell. Guys, if you're not following Vergaderung on Twitch, you absolutely need to be. The man is an amazing painter. He is an amazing designer. And really looking forward to him getting back into the streaming schedule. I like how your PC is just behind your monitors. That's actually a pretty good setup. I need to do something better with my current dual monitor setup I have over there. I like that I have my painting station and my workstation and they're completely separate, but it definitely needs some more work. Oh, who's that awesome streamer you have on there? He seems really cool. I wish I could follow him. Yeah. The old double bolter was the storm bolt. No, Datron, that's not right. That's not right. The storm bolter is the double-barreled bolter with the big box mag on the bottom of it that Terminators use. That's a storm bolter. Before that, there was another bolter that was basically just two bolters next to one another, and it was what the Terminators used in, like, the Horus Heresy. It might be the combi bolter, we might have figured that out. I just feel like it had another name, but it's also like a meaningless point, and I can't possibly prove that I have a point, so I'm just going to move past it. I'm going to look it up after this, and it's going to wind up being combi bolter or something stupid like that. Lovely looking rig. Sorry to hear about your RAM. Glad to hear that you're going to be back up and painting soon. And looks like we got a little bit more progress. Oh, yeah. Now we got some decals. Now we got some cockpit glass paint. Ooh, that orange. That, like, deep, almost burnt sienna orange that you've got on here, Thick Mike. That is nice. Really brings out the rest. See, this is the importance of... This is why I love using the cockpit glass section on a battle mech as the focal point. It gives you this opportunity for a splash of color that, like I said before, it helps you see the rest of the figure. It brings everything else into focus by having this one little area that your eyes can kind of lock onto. Tigress pattern combi bolter. I buy that. Really fucking fantastic stuff, Thick Mike. Coming down. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, in the spirit of Thunderhead's month of finishing projects, which, by the way, I haven't talked about that today, but yes, that is our initiative for this month, ladies and gentlemen. If you are on board, we are finishing some fucking projects this month. Pick something, ideally something that you have already started but maybe have stalled on. Those of you who paint regularly know what I'm talking about. There are those projects that you have that you just it fell by the wayside at some point. It seemed like such a great idea, you got halfway through it, and then something else came up and you started a new project and it sits over there and it bugs you. Pick it up. Figure out what you need to do, and let's paint it this month. Let's get it done. Let's take it from the shelf of shame to the display shelf. We can do that. Just one project. Do it with me. Because I'm going to be finishing some stuff this month, and I want you to as well. Almost done with my LGS's free-range Talcons, which is a terrible play on words. Lovely basing that you've done for these, though. And we got this Crisis suit in the fucking superhero pose because Chaotic Harmony is a walking meme for the most part. Yeah. I think the Crisis suits actually came together pretty well. I'd love to be able to see the reaction of the LGS owners when you hand them the towel. They're like, look, it's a patch of pumpkins. I'm sure they're going to be very, very pleased with the finished product, though. Really nice weathering on the feet. Like, I know I've mentioned that a few times since you've shown me these, but really nice weathering on the feet. For how shiny and gaudy the rest of the paint job is, this little bit does a lot to ground the Mini, no pun intended. Lovely work, Chaotic Harmony. The suit on the handle needs to be hit with some Basilicanum Gray and have the head actually colored. Technically speaking, you still have another whole squad of Fire Warriors. We're not going to talk about those. See, there you go. Finish that this month. Finish that this month, Chaotic Harmony. Mr. I only have one model to finish. Oh yeah, and a whole other squad. Oh my god. What are we going to do with you? We all know the Thousand Suns have the best bolters, however, just like everyone else's, except they burn you alive. Thousand Suns have the best everything. I love the Thousand Suns. Here we have from Don Svergo today's work on my NG Gundam Blitz. Ooh, those are some spiky bits. Some real spiky bits. I don't recognize this piece. Oh, I was thinking this is a handle, but this is like a little clippy paint stick so that you can airbrush. Okay, I see now. And we got our little skirting pieces here. Yeah, I was like, well, it looks like an axe or something, and I realized, oh no, it's a shield. It's just attached to a painting grip. Okay. My brain's not working. I'm hungry. We'll get there. 2 mechs and 8 tanks to paint to finish off your first trinary. Fuck yeah, there you go, Roland. So you got your work cut out for you. I'm loving the purple that we got going on this Don Svergo. Love to see this when it all comes together. The purple, the black, this real vivid copper. Ooh, that's nice. That's gonna look badass. Yeah. Happy words. I saw H and I thought happy. It doesn't say happy anywhere. Therapy Thursday, hell yeah edition. That's a completely different sense. So the parents asked for gift ideas for my birthday, and it's happening this weekend. Got a surprise delivery from It's Your Son, the joys of thick accents, old building, buzzer systems, and a bunch of traffic. I have no idea what we're talking about. That's right, I sent a list of various things to the parents, and they wound up sending me most of the things that were on my I could really use these things at the desk list. That's a good birthday. Inside the box is lights and a photo tent set with a 24x24 tent plus 2 sets of lights. And we have another Tamiya bottle holder thingy. And then sanding sponges that are seemingly impossible to find in Canada. I love sanding sponges. It's Your Son was Amazon. Oh, okay. Okay, alright, I gotcha. Inside the box is... Oh, I just read that part. Oh yeah, also in the pick, 5 water slide decal sets for various gunplay kits. And a resin sniper rifle for an unknown kit. Probably the Sniper 2 if I do get one. Didn't get that astray red. Why is he ashtray? Oh, my brain isn't working at all. Astray red with flight pack, but it sure as hell made my day to get things I absolutely need. And they also sent gift cards to various places, but I figured Thunderhead didn't need to hear about chocolates and clothing. Are you kidding me? I fucking love chocolates, and I like wearing clothing. I'm a big clothing wearer. You might have noticed. I'm pretty into that. So, you know, maybe. It's a red candy and the black is still drying hot. 5 minutes before that pick attack. Oh, well, you get that, like, right in under the wire then, Don Svergo. Glad that you managed to. It really, really is nice. Sometimes you just need to take a step back.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
And don't show me your genitals.
The only role is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Sometimes.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Like I said, I'm very, very into the wearing of clothes. Very, very into it. I am glad to hear that you had a fantastic birthday, White Wolf. Got some shit that you need. I got a, Someone got me this for my birthday, and I'm very happy with it. I didn't even know somebody made this, but it's a remarkably accurate replica of something that never physically existed. Yeah. He's even got, like, the little imperfections in his stripes like Bill Watterson always drew him. I love this. It's fantastic. His limbs are all in the right shape and everything. Like, this is a fantastic gift. That's because Calvin and Hobbes is like one of the best comics that has ever been written, Steel Rebel, and you have good taste. We are all Calvin. He really, yeah, there's a little bit of Calvin in all of us. Here we have our final post. It looks like White Wolf's Taco Tuesday, Thursday edition. Hey, you know what, that works. Taco salad is delicious. Freshly shredded cheddar cheese, iceberg lettuce, taco beef, red Doritos, Tostito strips, and Catalina sauce. That is actually an interesting combo. Delicious hot, pictured, or cold. I'm glad this is the last thing. Very glad this is the last thing that got posted, because I'm going to go bury my face in a bag of Doritos after this, I think. I'll take a proper picture, Kursala, and post it up. White Wolf, thank you so much for sharing. That brings us, though, to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, you guessed it, to the end of the stream. Who are we rating? Who are we rating? Darkheart, thank you so much for being here today, man. I really do appreciate it. Who is up? Who is doing what? Oh, we can raid Critical Role. They only have 54,000 viewers. That's always at the top of my list. Let me see. Who's doing what? Oh, Thunderdome Drew, Hootie Hoo, Casual Joker, Alara Kerensky, Heresy Killer is painting some Cyberpunk, Thick Mike is playing some Apex Legends, MCBTV playing some Call of Duty, Late Night Gamer is doing some painting, Frankie Carbone is doing some Sea of Thieves. Not the only person we have up here who is painting is Heresy Killer and Thunderdome Drew. I think we're gonna raid over to Thunderdome Drew. We haven't raided him for a little while. Thunderdome Drew is an amazing painter. Also, he makes these, if you guys have ever been curious about these war grips that I use, which are very, very nice, ask him about war grips in his chat. He makes them. He does an amazing job. I'll make them in colors just for you, if you want. And I have come to fucking love them. So I'm gonna go get something to eat. But guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who came and hung out tonight. I had a fucking fantastic time. I really enjoyed using oils this time. We're gonna be doing this at least once a week for the next month as I continue to try to figure out how to do a better job with them. Steel Rebel, thank you so much for all of your advice. Wapelius, also thank you to you if you are still out there. He hung out for a while tonight. Wapelius is a great streamer. You should definitely follow him. A huge thank you to everyone who came out tonight. Thank you to our new followers. Thank you to people for we got a lot of bits today. That was fucking awesome. Thank you for the subs. Hamburg Tack, as always, thank you for the subs. Here's another one for you, buddy. And as always, a massive thank you to my mod team, Kursala Project, Dark Fox, Riot Sister. I would be nothing without you. We're going to be back Sunday the 11th, painting some Warcaster. We'll be doing Battletech April the 13th, and we'll be doing some more Monsterpocalypse in oil next Thursday. I'm going to send you over to Thunderdome Drew. Please stick around for a few minutes. Give him a follow. Make some noise. I'm going to go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting.